Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing? Working? Okay, cool. Morning, everyone. How do people manage SPX straddles at market open? You can set up stops and stuff in advance, like limits. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm taking profits on my straddle and my 3700s this morning also. What's up, Secure? Fuck yeah, man. Welcome back, dude. Quick, tell me how to gamble my port. Don't do that. That's a stupid. That's a big stupid. Are you expecting GME to run this week? No, but it could. It really depends on what the people in control of the volatility want. Can you check out the new BBBY Form S4? Sure. Statement of changes of beneficial ownership. Looks like one of the insiders bought a few thousand shares or sold. Hold on. Chief Growth Officer. Disposed. Sorry. Yeah, he sold a few thousand shares. Tripled my daily goal. Gonna take profit, play with my infant son, and let my vicious sea hag of a wife sleep all day and become less of a vicious sea hag. Congratulations, Ghost of Dan. Well done. I'm glad to hear it, man. GME pushing up through the gamma breakpoint, but I feel like they're gonna crush this any second. Um, yeah, the volume's just not staying consistent. Hmm. What happened with Nerve? They refused to like file something for their FDA procedure. Oop. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how to manage this. Ooh, Upstart's taking off too. Yeah, I'll wait. Stream Dead, MOASS. No, not Stream Dead. Just I have like a bunch of like SPX positions and stuff that I need to close out, and some other stuff. What's your take on the new Ryan Cohen tweet? I don't know. I've never gotten to slap Carl Icon's ass. Time for Fubo covered calls. I'd be careful with that. Some pretty good news last night. I'm not really concerned that it got shorted into open. The levels are really risky, right? Like, kind of too close to 5. I mean, if you're out of the money, maybe. I don't know how the IV is, but I would wait. Yeah, IV's up a little bit, not a ton. But yeah, once you get like 50 cents out of the money, it's really not worth it anymore, you know? What's up, BMG? Are we sure that's all RC did? I'm about 42% sure they fucked. I mean, no comment. I have no idea. How are you doing this AM, Gurk? I'm doing alright, man. SPX looks more resilient than I thought it would this morning. I kind of expected a quick reversal. I mean, we don't have SLD, technically doesn't start till tomorrow. I am surprised that we broke up through 3,700 overnight. Um, but I'm not sure that we're seeing too much put capitulation right now, given the amount of stagnation we're seeing at 3,750. Um, I'm not gonna lie, there's a part of me that wants to play the downside here a little bit. Good morning, Ryan. I missed Friday and yesterday's stream due to being out of town, but the VIX never hit 34. So here, take this $5 from our bet, along with my pride and humility. Thank you so much, full disclosure. Better luck on the next one. Do we know from the OI update if this market is this market up is from 3700's closing? No, the 3700s didn't really close yesterday. And it doesn't look like they're closing this morning either. Remember, some of those put positions are hedges, and they don't want to close them until expiry, right? The SPX has not crossed its like gamma flip point, so if there is a sell off, it'll be very rapid, right? Because the market maker's still selling into falling prices. Did the NYSE decide to delist Rev? No. Oh, I've chosen a terrible name for the stream card, haven't I? Just made good money on my first TQQ straddle. Thank you so much. You're welcome, man. Congratulations. The longer we hold 3750, the more likely we test 3800, correct? Not necessarily. I don't know how likely a test of 3800 is. If we're not getting any put capitulation below us, right, at 3700, and we're not getting any capitulation at 3750, what's going to drive us up, right? The like bullish positions still really aren't in place, and they probably won't be till after SLD. I think Fubo will push above 5. I think it'll depend heavily on the market, right? I mean, Fubo is also a volatility short. It's in a similar situation to like Upstart and GME. Maybe not as extreme as those, but same deal, right? I'm pretty sure they did. It's cool because you saw that photo. That's the pose of two dudes in the closet, but are doing it big time. I'm sure RC's wife and children would be devastated if they knew that. Along with Carl Icahns' wife and his children. Why does RC dress like a consultant? Does he secretly work for BCG? No, I don't think so. I think, JC Penney's only has children's suits up to a certain size. Uh and yeah. Good morning. Looking for 3735, 3740 to retest to get into Friday, or zero or two DTE calls. Looking for 3735, 3740 retest to get into Friday, or zero DTE calls. So puts. I forgot I bought an October 21 380 call on Friday. I woke up this morning to sell 5x, feeling like a stock god. Here's your cut. Going back to bed. Stay classy, Girk. Thanks, man. Congratulations, dude. Hey, Girk, thoughts on Fubo dropping the sports betting stuff? I kind of weighed in on it on the Fubo Discord last night. I think I'm happy about it. I liked the potential of sports betting for Fubo, but it also drove away institutional interest and really hurt their margins. So I think by pulling it back and having an opportunity to either redeploy that integration with another provider, or just separate themselves from it entirely, rapidly increases my time frame for higher valuation. So, it sucks, but I think they're maybe after kind of a different thing, and the thing that they're pursuing by doing this is probably better for the company long term. Sorry, BCG, I saw that. Dude, they're billionaires. Their wives know the deal. They mess around. Well, their wives literally never have to work again except for their foundations and charities that the companies launder funds through. Well, yeah. I mean, what's the use of a power bottom if they don't have any power, right? Could be an agreement, indecent proposal and all, maybe. I doubt RC's family would care. They probably hate him too. Think how many times he's rug pulled them. Like he just runs around his Florida mansion, ripping rugs out from under various family members. Will RC be played by Peter Dinklage? Next GME documentary. Come on, it's not fun to make fun of someone's height or physical appearance. We're better than that in the pickle jar, I think. Have you heard CLR majority owners trying to take private? The next biggest bag holder is 1.97%, and they say they won't sell unless over 100. Interesting. Well, that's awkward. I made a quick 40% on Upstart call I bought yesterday based on your hype. So thanks for that. No problem. Glad you're killing it, Hella. All this RC talk is getting weird. Why does that rapidly increase price realization? More capital to deploy elsewhere. Well, way better margins, right? And it bumps their revenue. They were spending millions and millions of dollars developing the sports betting. It wasn't like making the money yet, right? And so now they're not spending that money anymore. It makes the stock more attractive to bigger investors. It'll probably help them get money down the road that they're not actively involved in sports betting. Ooh, hold on. Fuck. RC is a billionaire with a mansion in South Florida. The chances that he's not sitting there crushing all that hot Latin ass is slim to none. I bet he's got a condo on South Beach exclusively for it too. I mean, that's usually what you do. I don't know RC's proclivity for ass crushing, but I mean that might be what he was doing at Carl Icahns, right? Entering an SLD position tomorrow or Thursday seems almost ripe. Maybe. I don't know how much of an SLD position I'm going to enter, but something, probably. Well, I agree it's not cool to make fun of that kind of stuff. We're absolutely not better than that. Fair. What is this? The SPX for ants? It's something. And this is the beginning of the stream. Is there revenues? Nope. Girk, are you planning on entering any GME OPEX positions today? Absolutely fucking not. I kept it vague because I don't know what my man's into, but he's doing it. Fair enough. Uh, what is the rev news we're waiting for? We're not waiting for any Revlon news. Well, we are. We're waiting for the announcement of the delisting on whether it is going to in fact be delisted or not. How does Upstart look like for an October OPEX? Kind of good, actually. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure Upstart isn't gonna just run for October OPEX separate from like the rest of the basket. You know, it wasn't really aligned with the basket until kind of recently, right? It was never like an OPEX stock. I knew I should have sold those Fubo CCs. Oh yeah, too bad you missed out on that $5. You could have gotten a Happy Meal. Fubo Jan 21 $75 calls, same like Jan 21 $35 calls. No, it's about the same price as Revlon. I'd imagine less so. Happy Meals are like $10 now. Probably a good idea to take profit on far out of the money Upstart 1118 as we're 30 DTE plus SLD upcoming. Reposition for OPEX. Thoughts? I mean, you could, but how much do you think it's going to drop on SLD? I can tell you now, probably not a sufficient amount. Given that we had like a 700 BPS drop and my options, my January options pretty much stayed green the whole time, and my November calls only went down like 18, 19%. No, they're not. Yeah, so Upstart not really in a lot of the same ETFs. It's more exposed to like the financial sector. I slept in. What did I miss this morning? The market opened really high and looks like it's not going to be able to sustain that. I'm seeing a fair amount of weekly puts close this morning, but none of the October 21s. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're just big fucking hedges. Big fat hedges. They probably have alternate legs. Obviously, like we can't reverse engineer the SPX, is way too much noise, but um you could tell because the last time we moved up through 3700 they didn't fucking budge. So they probably don't care if they're in the money or not, but they're there, right? So the weight of them is still going to have an effect on price action. If you created a church of activist investors, would it feature a lot of iconography? Ha, 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 ha. Also, great idea. We could just have one big fund. We could just buy out companies. The people taking it to Wall Street. We could camp places. We could set up civil disobedience events. It'd be like college all over again. Well, not my college, but someone's. When do you open SLD position? End of day or slowly DCA over the day? I don't know. I mean, I got some puts for today. Uh, right there. Just playing a like a pullback, a little bit of a pullback. I don't know if it's gonna like SLD is gonna happen yet. There's still 3.5 more days for it to occur. It doesn't generally happen in advance. I'll say that much. Although with the market running this hot, it may happen sooner rather than later. How much do you expect CAT to drop? On the low end, I guess I could see it hit like 176 again. Maybe it will only fall to 178. Either way, it's another entry opportunity, right? Are you increasing your rev position? No, it's already far too big. When it comes to cards, I see talks of Visa and MasterCard all the time, but no Amex. Do you think Amex would do better in a recession? No, Amex funds their own debt and are more exposed to um, they're more exposed to default than Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard are just payment systems. Amex is like actually a credit card company. Not quite the same. Speaking of Visa, how about those fucking Visa weeklies at Market Open, right? The FTC made me go long with their probe. Do you like buying Upstart at 24? Not particularly. Are you still revish on Bull On? Yeah, I think so. Hmm. Thoughts on Tesla for earnings tomorrow? I don't play earnings. You should know this, Saman. You've been here forever, man. Will it go up? Will it go down? Who knows? It depends on how good their accountants are at concocting a story. Teslas are pretty good. Fubo up 15% overnight. IV on my leaps doesn't budge. Crime? No. Just up on not a lot of volume, right? Fubo getting a bit shorted. Yep. Grump factor is high today. I'm not grumpy at all. I'm in a great mood. You think you can spy SPX another bump and then trickle down? We may just trickle down from here. Like this morning upside couldn't have been weaker, right? There's just no fucking buyers. Now the 3750s are back in the money. It looked like it was going to be a great day. Blah. Well, just don't go long, and then it still could be. As for the meme stocks, I mean, they seem very, very much in control, at least currently. I would say Upstart, their control is the weakest, but you know they're in there. You know they're not going anywhere. They're not going to let the fucking hedge flip. I don't think, not unless they have to, right? Did you buy those pickles picks CSP on Upstart? I sold them naked, but yeah. I've been trying to sell them in like the $22 range. I sold some yesterday. I sold some Friday. Just any opportunity I get that the price drops, I sell a few. I think they're pretty reliable. After learning my lesson on Friday, I decided to stop myself out of the correct leg. Good job, man, and congratulations. Just calling in to say the unpredictability of the markets leads to a predictability of my drinking habits. Wine chug off with Carl incoming. Oh shit. Well, that's exciting. What a great way to start the day. Could you guys not drink any wine till I close my puts? I'd appreciate that. I saw RC throwing quarters at homeless people while shouting buckle up. Fubo getting shorted before they start covering. I mean, there's definitely some shorting going on there. You know, Fubo's also below its like gamma flip point, and they don't want its hedge to flip either. They don't want any of the hedges to flip, right? Net negative gamma market wide on all their positions. I don't even know if Fubo really has enough gamma to have a gamma flip point, but I would say it's at like 560 or 5. But there's just so many fucking puts, right? Like here, look at the put wall on Fubo for $5. Like 4.5 and 5. It's just a brick fucking wall of puts. Now don't get me wrong, as institutions buy more and more, obviously, you know, this'll start to break down, but right now, I don't think you have to worry about too much upside. I do like to tease Natty, but yeah, it's probably not going to rocket above $5. It could stay at 4 though. Bobby 2.0 Sans rug pull, similar, yeah. I mean, they do the same shit, right? There's a lot of reasons for those put walls to be erected. Are you still holding the 3800s? Very tempted to sell them today and reposition after SLD. I sold a couple. They were up, so I'm waiting to see if we get like a intraday bounce. It's not looking like we're going to, but I might just average them down more. I still have a lot of time on them. How many Fubo shares do you have? 20,000. Are you waiting to open SPY puts for SLD? I have some SPX puts for today that are getting just destroyed right now. I'm not sure if I'm reading those graphs correctly, but would it be an improvement to color code the bars in a gradient for DTE of the put call levels? I guess they could. I don't know. It's the net gamma across all expirations, so it's cumulative. You know, those put walls are pretty advantageous, right? For a lot of reasons. If you're short, you know, they help compress the short position and keep the price of the stock from moving up. But they're also useful if you're long, right? So, you know, you buy a nice thick put wall, like 50-cent put wall, right? You got 5 and 450 and 4. And, you know, if you're going long something, right? If you're going long the underlying and your target price is below 4, it's really good to erect these because, you know, you can buy a bunch of shares and then the market maker hedges the price back down into your target range. And you can buy a bunch of shares again. And the market maker hedges it back down and you can buy a bunch of shares again, right? So very useful, right? You know, if you're not just for being short, but for being long as well. You know, JP Morgan doesn't want to come in and like buy 20 million shares of a stock and then have the fucking price do that, right? Because then, you know, their buy order is going to fill all the way up and they're going to have a massive amount of slippage. Upstart will just tank when the market does. Don't cheer on any of these stocks right now. Just watch SPX. It's going to tell you what everything will do. Then just drop the put wall and make it rain. Well, by erecting that put wall, you also make calls cheaper, right? So you make puts more expensive because they're so over leveraged, and you make calls cheaper. And so when you do drop the put wall after you've bought a shitload of calls and shares, then the market maker has to rehedge, right? Which rockets the price up, like BBBY. Classic money funnel. I mean, I don't think Jake Freeman did it on Bobby, but something similar happened on Bobby. Will SPX also delist like Revlon? Probably not. The friendometer is going through a whirlwind of emotions. You mean a whirlwind? Bone apple tea? A whirlwind, not a whirlwind. Rims and Tims. Let me break out my thick pen, bro. Holy hell, work is a shit show. Can we go back to not having internet? I wish. You mean 1993? When the only people who knew about the internet were nerds? Call side currently bleeding. Took profits on the short put side, though. Okay, nice. Well, hopefully SLD corrects that, and then you can take profits on the call side as well. Yeah, I know. JPM's earnings were pretty good. I probably should have set the spread a little wider, but I did the same. I took profits on the short side, and I'll close out the call side when I need to, or when I can. Don't forget theta is still an advantage, right? So your losses probably aren't that extreme. Who are these people who are trying to trade without learning English? Mr. Whirlwind. If you're up on Fubo November 11.4s, would it be smart and sell to reposition after SLD? Probably. I mean, if you're up on November 11s on Fubo, I don't know if it's such a bad thing to take profits. Mock my words, GME will go back to 350 fast. Calls on Hooked on Phonics. We already have a deal with them. You get 15% off your subscription if you use the discount code pickle farts. Yeah, I got the Epic Pen working again. I had to reinstall the driver, which was really weird. I closed the short-term call side on SPX, holding the put side open. Did I do good? Yes. I mean, that's what I did also. My put side of the straddle is still open. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's there. Hey Greg, thanks for everything you do. I hope you're feeling better and looking after yourself. Yeah, can't have you sitting getting sick around OPEX, or I'll think it's MOASS and full port into something dumb. Fair enough. I think you just mixed up Whirlwind with the singer Steve Windward. I don't think it's Wind World. I think it's... Okay, is everyone fucking with me now? It's Winwood, right? Yeah, it's Winwood, JFresh. Jesus Christ, you're a quant, man. Steve Winwood. No, it's not Winwood. God damn it. Earth, Wind, and Fire. UK PM ousted new PM with new agenda. 1 month into the agenda and 2 days after big QE news, now new PM out. Is that right? Yeah, the British government without their queen is quickly destabilizing. This is all a big move by Charles Sausage Fingers to take control of the parliament. They can, you know. Everyone thinks that the British aristocracy is just hanging around for fun, but they could potentially seize power. And what better reason than the people can't seem to decide on a prime minister, so someone's got to be in charge, right? power vacuum. And then Charles is gonna slide his greasy fucking fingers right into it. You're such a loyalist. Is SLD gonna drop GME down to 25? Yeah, it's possible. Maybe not 25. Hold on. What's fucking... Let me get the Greeks up, because I forgot to put them up today. Right. 25.50? Upstart gonna bust. It's very interesting how much pure pressure is present on Upstart. I like it. What do you got, Carl? Is it exciting? Is it nudes? Ratio of FTDs is increasing faster than the actual number of FTDs. Ooh. That's exciting. Upstart finna MOASS. I'm just gonna say it. Fuck it. Gamma Max on it's a wider spread than it was on GME in Gen 2021. And it's already got all the calls open to the upside, right? Currently in the process of reading Macmillan's book, and I've reached the structured products chapter. Safe to skip, in your opinion? Thoughts? I'm pretty much only interested in options. I mean, you could come back to it later if you want. You should learn about it, but I don't care what RC does, as long as him and Icon don't have like some joint upstart purchase planned. What if SPX doesn't go down for SLD and they run it instead to pay us for MOASS? I mean, they've already run it quite a bit. 30 November C's, 50 December C's, 75 Jan C's. Boom, baby. All right, not bad. I fucking quit the market if RC or I can touch Upstart. Bobby filed an S4. Yeah, one of the new insiders sold some shares. No, it was a debt exchange. Whatever. Who gives a shit? He divested or disposed of shares. Where's the notice of it being a debt exchange? Transaction code? Was that tax liability? It's a big nothing who gives a shit filing is what it is. Everyone talking about it like it's a big fucking deal. It's also freeing to know that I won't have to worry about selling CCs for the next 2 years on GME. I can just let it ride and see what happens. True. RC is 100% in the pickle jar if he gets involved in Upstart. Yeah, no one else is talking about it. It's not just it's a code F on a form 4, which is a payment of exercise price or tax liability. So he sold shares to cover his tax liability. That's it. That's nothing to do with restructuring of debt. Jesus Christ. It's like those fucking seagulls in that movie. Like SEC filing. RC tweet. Jesus Christ. Should I full port into Upstart Jan 60s? Same like Rev Jan 35? No. I can give RC the go ahead to buy back into Bobby. He can't he's got a standstill agreement in place. He fucking sold the company shit. It's pretty simple. They wouldn't listen to him, obviously. And so he left. Otherwise, he would have fucking doubled down at $4. I don't want to hear the copium. I just don't care. Someone's gonna write you some DD on Bobby and sell you some theta. What are 4 to 7? October 4 through 7 all over again. Brings us back to 25 by Friday. Bought weekly GME calls yesterday at close. Sold just after open. Looking to enter weekly puts on the next bounce. Okay. Man, Upstart's getting real sensitive. That's not moving like the market. Would you buy back cover calls that are up 50% in 30 minutes? You could. How are you so sure RC's out of BBBY when he hasn't showed everyone his paper account? How far out is too far for puts on SLD? I wouldn't be very far out of the money. It's not only is SLD usually pretty quick, it doesn't move that much. I will say that I do feel like they're prepping to sell off. Right, we hit the high. We've kind of run up to the maximum level that the SPX will support with its options chain. I would expect that if they're going to dump equities, this is around the price that they want to try to do it at. Good time to buy some shares to play SLD. Yeah, it's a little cheaper right now. Not bad. I don't know. I don't know if I'd get shares, but I guess if you're, you only do shares, then it's not terrible. They're a little cheaper right now. Um, you may have missed the ideal entry point, but it's not too bad. I was referring to expiration. You probably want like at least next weeklies, generally speaking, to capture that move, because you want to hold them for a couple days, and sometimes you want to hold them all the way through the following Monday. We've done that before. Sometimes SLD is just kind of a slow bleed versus a rapid drop. Um, either way it works out. There's you want a little bit of theta, right? You don't want to try to do it with weeklies because I mean you can make profit on weeklies, but not as good. You can't capture the entirety of the move every time. I think it was like a couple months ago we started going down like Wednesday afternoon and just bled all the way out until like Monday morning. And then after Monday morning it turned around. Sometimes it's very rapid. It's like 300 points overnight and the next day it's moving back up. It really just depends on like prevailing market conditions, I think. Also the amount of equities being sold off and the stability of the market while selling them. Remember, there's really big put walls, so as we move below them, especially if we move below 3,700, the price drop could get a lot more rapid. Yeah, there have been some painfully slow ones. So yeah, it's been beneficial over time if you analyze the strategy to have a decent amount of theta. Please ignore my 0 DT SPX puts while we discuss this. They are for funsies. And they're in the money. God, I love the SPX. It's just it's just so crazy, right? Imagine if GME had opened up, $100 and had then dropped 20, 32. Oh God, the potential. I will not ignore them. I bought them 10 minutes before you. Let's get fucking paid. Fair. Not gonna lie, this price action gets me hot and bothered for OPEX. I like the persistence and the shorting. It's very nice. It gets me a little hot and bothered too, Dork. You know. Hmm. Okay. Well, that looks good. Could you do some TA on net? In a second. Why? You got more than that? You got to give me more than that. What's so great about it? It kind of looks like it found a floor. Yeah, 46. It's recovering. It doesn't look terrible. This also has like some correlation with the basket, which should probably be noted. Ah, yes, the open above all the puts and then slow bleed down. Classic. Shorts maybe have confidence in the market helping to push. It seems that way, yeah. Also, I don't think they care if it did or it didn't. They offloaded a lot of their internalization from Friday yesterday, right? The utilization was up at like 70, and yesterday they got it down to like 52. So it was a big drop. They don't even need the market to drop, right? They just want it to chop. Chop or drop are equally good for them. What they don't want is the market to just keep surging up and up and up and up. That's really bad for their positioning. When do you set up your SLD position? Typically, wait until downward movement is confirmed tomorrow, or get in it a day or so before the SLD on Wednesday. Generally I try to enter earlier in the week with a little more theta. Near the top, if I can. Can you do some TA on the ticker FERT? FERT? That's not real. What's bastard? Upstart's just looking good. I don't know if it's looking good for OPEX, but it looks fantastic. Does Black Scholes work on 0 DTE? Because I'm trying to get a price for 0 DTE calls, but it gives me 0. Again, a calculator? Uh, make yeah, you're gonna have a hard time with it. It depends on the calculator. I think it's reading it as it's probably already expired. So you might have to try a different calculator. What expiry were the leaps you bought for Upstart? Jan 2023? I mean, they're not really leaps. They are, but they're not far date. Like they're not that far dated. You have to set date to 1 for 0 GTs. Okay, yeah, there you go. Which one do you use? I have one that's programmed. It's like a script that one of my buddies wrote for me. I just like it's set up for IBKR, but you click the strike and it calculates Black Scholes for it, and then you can set the price of the underlying and move the calculation. Um, I wouldn't know how to program it myself. But you can use like optionscalculator.org, like the OICs, or I think CBOE has one also. You know why I'm talking about it though? Didn't you buy like 80s or something? I bought 80 100s. TTM squeeze on Upstart last 4 days in a row on the daily. Yeah, it's firing. Bollinger Bands are quite tight. What strike did you sell Jimmy CC's at? 30? I didn't sell very many. I only sold like 100 contracts. Well, SPXC downside on SLG too? Yeah, definitely. When does the Fubo put wall expire? A lot of it expires on the 21st. Some of it for November as well. Let me take a look. Yeah, November's puts are a little higher. They're at like the 7, 8, and $10 range. October's are at the 450 and 5. So most likely after the October put expiration, we'll move up, um, and then depending on how much pressure that applies, we'll stabilize somewhere below $8. Question about cat November 18 expiration calls. Take profits and re-enter or hold because theta. Are you going to average down if given the opportunity? What is Upstart? They're a lending facilitation platform, like an AI lending facilitator. They're like Experian, but they use artificial intelligence. Jimmy inversing the market a little bit, yeah. That could just be them dumping internalization, though. Also, Jimmy's leading upticks on the market, if you haven't noticed, over the last few days. So Jimmy starts to climb and the market then bounces. It's it's so sensitive to market price right now that it's acting as a leading indicator. Yeah. If you've been watching it closely over the last few days, you'll have noticed that. It's not the market, it's just that its beta is so high. So its sensitivity to active fund pressure is just through the roof. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Not really. It's just you notice the move start to occur faster on GME than you do on SPX. Does Upstart have positive or negative beta? Super positive also. Both of them. Rev going back under 4 again. Um Looks like it. Well, 2-4. I don't know if it'll go back under. I could really assume advice on one aspect of trading that has pervaded me for some time. I want to know your strategy for it. How does one buy a contract and then wait? Well, it's pretty simple. You purchase it and then do nothing. I don't see GME hitting 50 anytime soon. Even on an OPEX run, 50 is a stretch. If we stay above 3,700, do you think it can make capitulation happen before the 21st? No. I mean, we've already slipped 3,750, and there's like no options volume in this range. So we're just probably going to get pulled slowly down to the 3,700s anyway. Does SLD have the same effects in a pure bull market and in bear markets? Just expedite any downwards movement? I mean, it had the same effect in most bull markets. There are exceptions. There are periods where SLD is lighter. If you look at SLD over like the last 5 years, it almost always leads to a drop between 125 to 350 basis points, because either they need to reposition and leverage the downside, or they need to reposition and leverage the upside. But either way, they want to take profits and deposit more money because they want more margin, right? They want to be able to leverage the next move. And so it's a really pivotal point, and it's enough institutions doing it at once that it's something that retail can target for a play, but institutions really can't. So it's a nice little advantageous thing. It's made a lot of people in here some money. Thoughts on my 3680 put I bought yesterday expiring tomorrow? I think there's a chance. 3680 you bought yesterday, it expires tomorrow. A little bit of a chance, yeah. Did you get out of those 3700s walking? Or did you not have any? When's the last day for Rev to do something? There isn't like a last day for it to do something. What's the best way to monitor options? How are you tracking all of these options positions on equities? With options data, you can get it from CBOE, or you can get it from like various exchange data providers. Oh yeah, I made like 12K. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. So when are you pigeon whaling? Thoughts on buying SQQQ for SLD? You could like shares. I I don't love buying shares on SQQQ. I mean, you can, but you're not. You're gonna leverage a lot of money. And if SLD is rapid and happens overnight, it can be really tricky. Ooh, it's gonna bounce a little. This is tough. This is either gonna bounce or break down really, really hard. I hope it bounces a little. I know you said don't play earnings, but Cat seems to consistently run leading up to earnings. 1027. If I buy in after SLD drop, you think November 18 is sufficient theta, or December's better? December's better if you're targeting earnings. I have December calls on Caterpillar. I'm well aware of the interest that picks up in Caterpillar around their earnings period. Puts on TQQQ, SQQQ shares. TQQQ greater than SQQQ shares? Could be. Yeah, I mean, depends on the spread. I don't mind buying SQQQ. I do mind buying it when it's this expensive. It's up pretty high right now. Like, if I'm gonna buy shares of a depreciating asset, I don't want to buy them at like near break even, right? I want to buy them really, really fucking cheap. Okay, so it broke up. That's good. Options next Monday. 24, 3,700 puts. Pricey. God damn. What the fuck? Oh. Either we got SPY October 24, 360 puts for SLD. It's not terrible. Just remember, guys, if you're gonna buy more than 10 contracts of SPY, that you're probably better off with the spreads on SPX. Ten SPY, one SPX, sorta, yeah. Don't you be buying XSP is now 10% of SPX with options. Yeah, you could use XSP too. Farts, Gilgamesh, King of Squarts and Farts. Upstart. Oh, Upstart. Oh, please squart. Please don't fart. Don't part. Don't part, don't dare fall apart. Good black heart of the dark art. Add calls to my shopping cart. Restart your chart. Up squart fart art. You know, have you ever considered writing children's books? Might be something to do with your time. I do have a fancy espresso machine, sort of. Not the fanciest, but moderately fancy. A mid range workhorse, if you will. Upstart options chain looking interesting. I know. Interesting grabbing options here. I had earnings, cash flow positive, 295, positive EPS, overreaction to the downside. Let me check it out. Why do I have TA done on this already? Thinking of bounce. Yeah, they didn't like that EPS miss. Here's one problem I do see. Their liabilities went up. Cash flow is insane though. They're trading at a really low PE. Non-existent PE. Negative? Is it negative? $19.43. That's interesting. The revenue is skyrocketing. 13 billion in current liabilities. Horizons, did you get censored, man? I'll check it out. Sorry. Oh, well, thank you, dude. I don't know what that was for, but I appreciate it. Was there revenues or is the downs from shorting? No news on Rev. It doesn't matter if you can cut 10 SPY at different prices, Varex. The ability to edge out of your position or bleed out of your position is nowhere near as important as the tax preference on SPX, at least if you're in the US. SPX options are taxed 60% long-term gains, 40% short. So it's always more advantageous than SPY if you can afford it. Are you familiar with XSP minis? Yeah. It does get the same tax treatment. The only problem with XSP versus SPY is it's not as liquid, right? Yeah, it's arguably better than SPY. You think there's potential for next week? Only because they've maintained control of the hedge so much. Not really because I see a ton of obligations due. But they could be due somewhere else, somewhere we're not paying attention, right? Like we really focus on XRT because the rest of the ETFs don't necessarily have that many options. XRT is on Reg Show, so that adds a little bit of confidence. There's a good chance that they're spreading out GME obligations a little bit more. Remember, GME moved indexes again, similar to last year, right? And that could be playing a bit of a role in all of this. There may be less short liquidity available than there was previously, and we know there's less since the split because retail's been buying more. Scored a 20k espresso machine at BBBY that was a display model in clearance for months. Talked the manager down to 1500. What kind of machine? I didn't even know BBBY had anything besides Breville. I forget, is Upstarts a squeeze play or is it a longer dated value play? It's an overextended synthetic short position play and probably a longer dated value play. They are a beneficiary of rising interest rates. They're not a bad company, underlying the negative sentiment surrounding them. They're pretty stable, efficient, and they don't have that much debt. Their growth is solid. Do wash trades apply to SPX? Maybe, probably not. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Just don't lose money. Simple. Don't lose money on the same contract twice. I didn't buy the underlying for Upstart, only options, but I like the sound of that. I have a bit of both. Mostly just because I got assigned on CSPs. Like my initial round of options buying was like synthetic long diagonals that were offset dates. So I was selling short dated CSPs to fund long dated calls. Right, and I got assigned on these when the price fell from 2750. I've been selling cover calls on these. It's been really good. I've been selling more CSPs naked. Um, well, naked puts. I shouldn't say CSPs. Naked puts, and then I've been using that capital to just keep buying calls. But yeah, I do have quite a few shares. Puts are super overpriced on Upstart, so it's pretty advantageous to sell them. They have the lower end DeLongies at BBBY. I want to say thank you for helping me see that swing trading is a better strategy for myself. I bought long dated SPY calls 2 weeks ago for 11.18, sold today for 1.5k profits. I have a long way to go to get my account green, but I'm on my way. Fuck yeah, man. You could have just messaged me in chat too, dude, but I appreciate it. Congratulations. It's a lot less stressful once you get used to it. If you can hold a position that's underwater, it's a lot less stressful. My brother in Christ, have you heard? Popcorn Trader is still bullish on Rev. I'm still bullish on Rev too. It's just not going to do anything until we get an announcement. It's usually like a couple weeks. It's usually not that long until you hear one way or the other. ATP has not been updating my SPX cost basis when I'm in and out with a wash. All others seem to track it. Interesting. Usually Fidelity's on top of wash sales. Wash trades shouldn't even matter unless you're buying 2023 contracts. Yeah, that's true, actually. What prosumer espresso machines are 20k? Slayers, or it'd have to be like a commercial machine, like a La Mazzaraco or one of those. Then a GS3. I think some of the Arduino machines, or like the Victoria. Might be more than that. But Slayer is the most I think Slayer is like the most expensive prosumer, like their small one, and even that's kind of a commercial machine. It's like 13,000. Usually you're talking like multiple group heads for 20 grand. Espresso machines are really expensive, but if you get a decent one, like a mid-range one, like $2,000 to $2,500, they last a lifetime and they're always worth $2,500. So you just sell them if you don't want them anymore. Like they don't ever lose any value. SPX gets the 1256 treatment, aka no wash sales, 60/40 for cap gains. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate it. So no wash sales on SPX. That's my biggest gripe about SS. They hold all that equity in an underwater position for almost 18 months, and they're not learning how to profit from or manage that position. I agree. It's very frustrating. Not only that, but it's still one of my biggest gripes with holding GME, and the only thing that's ever made me think I should probably sell all this shit, is that you can't margin it. Like no broker will give you fucking margin on your GME position. And that's rough. The inability to margin such a huge part of my portfolio is makes me a little angry every day. IBKR gives margin on GME now, but I'd have to move all of my GME over to IBKR. And then how long are they going to give margin on it for? And if they fucking pull it back, imagine I've leveraged it and I get fucking margin called. It's just even with them offering it, it's still risky as shit. Yeah, other stuff they cut the margin on. Revlon, I think, for instance, has some, but it's very little. Anything volatile, really, they don't like to give margin on. They like to give margin on like big SPY and like GLD positions and shit like that. No margin, but you can make 40% selling CCs every other month, essentially. Yeah, I mean, I have to though. Like if I don't sell CCs at some point during the course of a month, I'm just backtracking, right? Electro Bell Epoch 3 is what definitely commercial 3 head. It's beautiful. Oh, that's awesome. Electros are really nice machines. You still look at yourself in the mirror every day and give yourself the bag holder pep talk with GMA. Not so much at these prices, but when it's at like $40 or $50, yeah. Because when at $40 I'm up a lot, right? On my main position, I'm up a lot, so it's tough. What will be a stronger support, SPY 3700 or SPX 3700? SPX 3700 is not a strong support. It's a fucking vacuum. It's sucking there's so many puts at that strike that they're sucking the price down to it, right? It's like the puts have gravity. If you think you really should think of it that way. Think of large options positions like that as having gravity on the price action. So, We've talked about this with support and resistances before, but not so much with strikes. It's the same thing. So 3,700 is just loaded to the tits. And the price will have a hard time moving away from that range. But if the price moves up too far, it'll suck it back in. Why do you keep your GME then? Sentimentality? I mean, I can make 200 grand a week. Not 200 grand a week, but I can make a lot. It depends on the price. Not anymore with the split, but like 40 grand a week. Volatility's like right now, I could make 40 grand selling covered calls. So it's and fairly safe, like out of the money. The problem is the opportunities to sell covered calls where they're not super risky or very slim when you're selling that many. So you really only want to sell covered calls when the price is very elevated, and IV is spiked. So my opportunities to sell covered calls aren't as great. Like I have a much narrower window in which it's really advantageous. That's why I keep it. I also believe in the company. I don't think it's like I didn't buy GameStop because I thought it was a dying brick and mortar that was going to squeeze, right? I bought GameStop because I thought it was a good investment. I still do think that. 40K a week goes a long way to fund degeneracy on SPX. Not as much as you'd think, but could Rev turn into an ongoing CC strategy similar to GME then, giving positive news and no delisting? Sure, I don't know if it'll be well, Revlon will probably remain really volatile. So I don't think my shares in Revlon are a terrible choice if they're just gonna turn the business around. But I would probably still sell them on a volatility pop and try to buy in lower. My cost basis is at like 660. And while I like the company, I don't like it that much. There's things I'd rather buy. Like I'd rather be invested in Fubo or Upstart than Revlon long term. Won't tell you what, SA. SHA. Well, no, because you get hit with capital gains, right? So 50% gone. I think Jimmy will do well through a recession, yeah. It's not something I mean, as soon as they start to turn the business around and it becomes a little more promising, I think a revaluation is on the table, and I think it's a really good business. You mean you won't tell us that you sold your GME? Oh, I have no reason to sell it. Not yet. I think the only way I would sell right now, and I've said this before, is if there was a share offering on the table and the price was up a lot. If the price was down a lot and they did a share offering, which would be very disappointing, I'd probably just buy more, frankly. I mean, a lot of people talk about how like the next time GME hits 40, they want to sell. But my question to them is like, what the fuck are you gonna buy that you think is better? Are you just gonna gamble that money away on like shit that may not hit? Because eventually, GME will be marginable. It'll grow. It's gonna grow. It's got space in its sector to grow quite a lot. Not only that, it doesn't have a lot of competition. The competition it does have um will be suffering for the next 2 to 3 years as their margins narrow. And GME is sitting there with no debt, ready to capitalize on the contraction in the size of that marketplace. Now, if he does or he doesn't, I mean, that's a risk you take buying into any company, but they're positioned well. There's also state tax, right? I live in New York. New York, like short-term capital gains is quite high, 13.75, I think. It's a lot of fucking money. Plus New York City taxes as well. The $5 CCs I've sold on Fubo earlier up 70%. Do I just buy them back? I mean, I don't see a reason to leave risk on the table if in the same day they've dropped 70%. So you'd be sacrificing 30% of your potential gains in order to remove your risk. I'm not having any kids. If only we were in fact a cult. Did the recent RC tweet have any effect on GME price action? No, and it generally doesn't. Going to do CSPs first time ever. If SPX goes to 3,000-ish, could you see GME share price rising as shorts need to close short positions to capture profits because their long positions are down? Gracias. Possible. I mean, you're talking about kind of a more complex situation than what you're describing. But yeah, I mean, sure, shorts could close because their core positions are down. Unlikely. Generally, I mean, if they're going to take profits, sure. But with something like GameStop, they're not shorting. Generally, they're not shorting for a $10 drop. They're shorting for Bankrupt, or they were in the past, right? They're shorting for zero, which means no, they're not going to deleverage their short positions no matter what. GameStop's not going out of business anymore, and I'm sure that most of the shorts that we're shorting for a $0 price point are no longer there. And the ones that are shorting it now are simply shorting it for a profit. So yeah, you can see them. You can see them close out when profitable. Also, they're going to move that margin out of equities, right? They're going to move that margin into like bonds and stuff. Same as cash assets. So just because stocks are dropping doesn't mean their core positions are. They're gonna have 10-year treasury notes. They're gonna have bonds. They're gonna have corporate debt, things like that to lean on. It's not so linear, right? Just because the market crashes doesn't mean they don't have like a huge position in gold or treasuries at the bottom, right? Can you explain the SLD period for beginners again? Yeah, sure. It's the supplemental liquidity deposit period for FINRA members. So essentially, they need to make whatever deposits for their margin that they're going to make for the quarter and or for the month, and that generally leads to them selling off some equities in order to get liquidity and deposit it for their margin into the next month, so into the next OPEX period. Some hedge funds are going month to month with this. Bigger funds, they don't need to participate as much, and large banks have a lot of liquidity on the sidelines, so they're not worried about their margin positions. But there are thousands and thousands of tiny funds that really need to take advantage of this SLD period to get big deposits in, and that's what can lead to this kind of trickle down or large sell off, depending on which participants are involved, right? Then once their margin is deposited, like they've made their liquidity deposits, then they can re-leverage their positions. And then so generally the week following OPEX or the week following SLD, both, you get a big surge in liquidity in the market because now everyone's got a bunch of margin that they're going to go out and spend, right? What function do you use to buy back a covered call? Buy to close. Dealing with our regarded asses is more than enough childlike exposure. Unfortunately, I can't write you off, Carl. I've been trying, but they just won't accept it. You've sold CCs a bunch of times. And there we go, 3,700. Looks like we're going to fill the entirety of the gap, maybe. I kind of already want to close my SLT position here. It's also not so linear to think that the shorts are just closing the positions and coming back in, because it's incredibly profitable to short GME. I mean, that's literally what OPEX is, right? When OPEX happens, that's short positions closing, right? They're closing everything out. The price runs. We get this big surge of price action, and then they short it all again at the top. That's why they do it, because retail's locked up so much that it takes very very little capital to move the price very very dramatically, right? It's super advantageous. I mean, we create the momentum for the perpetual motion machine that they have in place by holding our shares and DRSing. We create an environment so illiquid that volatility is very cheap to produce and very profitable to short. Thoughts on SPX holding 3,700 today? Large 4,000 5,000 P at the bid on the floor. It'll probably stay somewhere in this range. I think we're already seeing some equity sell-offs, when they realized that they weren't gonna hold that 37 or 3750 level. I think we're already starting to see some equity sell-offs. It could go down more, obviously, but if OPEX happens, is the possible peak Gamma Max? Gamma Max is the conservative peak. Usually, if you have an actual OPEX run, volume, volatility, and FOMO drive Gamma Max much higher, right? So not only does Gamma Max move up during the course of the run, the price can exceed Gamma Max by some amount before, Gamma collapses. So as you start to approach expiration, Gamma kind of goes wild, and uh, once you're past Gamma Max, it kind of collapses in on itself as the market maker pulls down on the stock, and that kind of limits your potential upside once Gamma Max has been crossed. Um, and we see that time and time again on runs on GME. Less so other stocks, but some other stocks do frequently cross Gamma Max as well. But yeah, that's kind of it, right? Like 10 to 15% from wherever Gamma Max lands. So say Gamma Max moves up 20% in the course of a run, and then another 10 to 15% over that could be potentially realized. Macy's is looking good. I have calls on it already for December. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Their revenues are about to look really promising, even though they're selling off like a lot of discounted inventory. It's going to boost their revenues a bunch, so that could be good going forward as well. You got to DM me about that other stock though, SI. There's some interesting stuff there. Just confess and tell them we know the stock will run to 38.59. Well, Gamma Max does move up, right? And not always predictably. It just depends on, like, with interest lower now, we may not see Gamma Max rise as much. Shares getting returned at Upstart, any meaning? No, they'll just need to borrow them again. Any good books you can recommend to learn options trading? Yeah, Options is a Strategic Investment. Excellent book. Very in depth. SPXS calls. Did you. For what? Oh, I see. SLD plays this morning before SPX started filling the gap. 26.28 between 10.28 and 11.4. Are you going to continue to hold your puts after today? Thanks. I don't know, man. I bought 3700s earlier today on that bounce and retest of 37.35. I'm thinking I might hold them, but I kind of want to just take profits. I'm up 50% on 20 contracts. My only real concern is I'd like to see a little bit more dip so I can close out the other side of my straddle from last night, because that one's a little more at risk. And it's moving up a bit, but not a lot. Because I bought that at like 36.80, remember? Have you ever made a clip about using OPEX call gains to buy puts at the peaks? Puts aren't great at the peaks, actually. You kind of want to wait for puts. So when GME peaks, and unfortunately you missed the largest part of the drop this way, but when GME peaks, you kind of want to wait like a week till IV settles down before you buy puts. Because otherwise you buy puts at extremely high IV, and unless you're buying put leaps, which you can do, you can buy put leaps to dodge the near-term IV spike. You're paying a lot for implied volatility initially, and that implied volatility on the premium is dropping as the price drops. And so, you end up really not getting that much money out of them. It's much better to sell calls like naked or covered than it is to buy puts. Um, but yeah, if you buy put leaps, they're not terrible. Like near the money put leaps, they're just expensive. Yeah, and so what you would have wanted to do, Jack, is buy like Jan 2024 puts on Bobby, right, when it was at its peak. And then they would have been worth money immediately, right? They wouldn't have been as affected by near-term volatility. Yeah, I talked about Fubo dropping sports betting. I think overall it's a positive. Um, I'm not even sure that there's a negative there. They retain the IP to what they've already developed, and that integration into their platform could mean that they can set those costs off against, some other company. They can have DraftKings, integrate into their platform, and then they don't have to do shit. They don't have to manage anything. They simply profit. And I think it's a much better stance to take. And I also think they'll attract more institutional investment without the gambling. I think we're already starting to see some equity sell-offs, Dan. You're telling me I shouldn't have bought Rev puts the day of a 30% move? Probably not. I wouldn't buy Rev puts at all. They're too expensive. Would you scalp puts intraday to profit on the downside and avoid IV crush after a run up? Scalp puts intraday to profit on the downside. Yeah, you could do that. But IV's crushing intraday too, so it's. But yeah, you could. If you're buying weeklies, IV's not going to crush as much. Why is gambling unpopular for institutional investors? Because their exposure to it could create liability for them in states where they have investments and gambling is illegal. Like sports betting isn't allowed, right? Or FanDuel, who's still the official DFS partner of the NFL. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Whoever wants to do sports betting on Fubo, right, is gonna have to integrate into their platform, which means money Fubo doesn't have to spend, and Fubo could spend that money getting premium broadcasting rights. Please remind the group what's good for the pockets of the company, not the pockets of the consumer, is what makes the price go up. Yeah. No, it's institutions are extremely conscious about what they invest in. They don't like liability and they don't like exposure or risk. They don't like unhedged exposure and they don't like risk. Do you swing trade cat? Every day my calls go up 20% and then bleed out 0%. Seems logical to sell and rebuy during these slow weeks. Though the SEC, I do it, cat will run. The second I do it, cat will run to 200. Yeah, that's the problem. Is cat can close at 180 and open at 195. It's very illiquid and its price moves can be pretty fucking dramatic. I finally did it. I played both ways and took profits and just have legs sitting that are already paid for. Thanks for everything. You got it, dude. Congratulations. Do you think Upstart will go down during SLD or just continue to do its own thing? I mean, it'll help them offload internalization that's been kind of racking up. But the pressure is really building up on Upstart. They're in a sticky situation there. IV's bumping today. I mean, Upstart's barely dropped against a massively dropping market, right? It's getting tight. You can only do what they're doing for so long. It has an effect, right? Like you can only pull back the bow so much before either the bow breaks or you know, it launches up. Bought a SPX 3700P 0 DTE at 3750. Thanks. Nice, Pong. Congratulations, dude. I know it's up quite a bit. Check DMs. What do you got? Unfucking believable. Really? I can't read this right now. I'm gonna have to read it later. Where is this posted? Oh, okay. Not like its own post, right? Because that would just feel like advertising. I'll check it out after. I'm sure it is. Okay, so SLD starts tomorrow, but clearly we're seeing it begin today. So no, deposits start tomorrow, right? Okay. Think about it like you're a hedge fund. Try this just as like an exercise walk-in. You've got a bunch of shit you need to sell to make your deposit. You know your deposit is due between tomorrow and Monday, right? Monday morning, opening bell. So all of your trades really need to be finalized by 10/21, or your deposit needs to be finalized by 10/21. So you know what you need to sell. You want to try to get the best price possible. Now, if the peak of the week is going to occur earlier, right? Like on Monday or Tuesday, it's more advantageous for you to sell here than to wait until the deposit period to sell. Right? If you think that the market it has peaked and it's gonna come down, you're gonna want to try to sell up here rather than sell here and have less liquidity to deposit the following several days. So it's really about when it's most advantageous for them to take profits on long positions, right? Or short positions. Although generally, if you're selling out of your long positions and they're big enough, why would you close your shorts? Care to share it with the rest of the class, Papa? Oh, it's just like some Reddit bullshit. It's nothing to do with stocks. How many tens of thousands of shares do you have of what? I have tens of thousands of shares of a couple companies. Okay, hear me out. My deposit is due, so I deposit my money at the said bank, then call my other bank and have them request a wire transfer, then withdraw at the other bank, deposit secured. Yeah? You're not wrong. Read the rest of the post. Well, yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain it so that everyone can get a good grasp of it, which will hopefully reduce the number of times I'll have to explain it in the future walking. You brought it up. I'm just doing my thing. 1118 upstart 40 C's, smart or smart? Greedy. But I mean it's not as greedy as you usually are. So, I'm impressed. I assumed, Popcorn Trader, that you were already in Upstart, but that you had 10, 21, $500 calls. What are some interesting events coming up in the near future? Well, we've got Upstart grinding its way through Reg Show every day. We've got SLD, we've got Revlon delisting, we have October OPEX at the end of this week. Fubo did a press release last night with some pre-earnings statements and a shutdown of the gambling side of their business with an intent to focus on subscriber growth, which I think is really good. Um, Everything's being stuffed underwater as hard as they feasibly can. So I think October OPEX is looking explosive for the market. I don't know if that'll mean it's explosive for GME or not. Oh, and one of the Bobby insiders sold some shares for taxes. That's about it. You should be pretty caught up with that. If Rev gets delisted with the stock price plummet, not necessarily. It could, it may not. I'm finishing up a pie I made. Remember that they're gonna just short the fuck out of it with no locates the second it hits OTC. Like straight to seller, like actual seller boxing. Some shorts may cover that could drive you'll get a lot of volatility. What do you think the downside is for SPX or SLD? Let me see what the lowest we could drop is. Man, Upstart's looking really fucking spicy. Let's see if I got the midday update for this. All right, so 3650. Yeah, we could go all the way to 3600. It's possible. There's enough. I mean, there's enough put interest in that range. Like today's expiration super bullish, but everyone's just getting burned on their calls. But the 1021 expiration still it's strongest at 3650. Like the put gravity. But if it hits 3650, I think there's enough there for us to retest 3600, which is another really good long opportunity, right? Below 3620, I think is an excellent opportunity to get some calls with some theta. I mean, that's like the recipe for when you sell a box of stock, like actually seller box, not the bat claiming GME was being seller boxed at fucking $150. Upstart just strong. Cost basis on Upstart, my shares, 2323. If it closes out the week at 2750 though, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna get assigned on my shares. But I have leverage on like quite a lot of shares right now. 50,000 roughly. Actually, just in this account, I have, well, actually, yeah, more. I forgot about this account. Yeah, so leverage on like 65,000 shares, I guess. And then I own 10,000. No, I own 10,000 shares. I have contracts for another large chunk of shares. I don't own 50,000 Upstart shares. I have 10. I bought about 5,000 shares at 27.50, and then I bought about another 5,000 shares at 20 ish. And then I've sold some covered calls and stuff to average them down. I could actually pull back my covered calls right now at a profit. Maybe I should before this gets crazy. Yeah. Okay. My cost basis is now moved up again. So I have like 650 contracts and 10,000 shares. I'm not big on taking pictures with old activist investors. You do any DD on Reddit for Upstart? No, not really. No, I wrote the DD in the subscribers channel, uh, like starting a few weeks ago. But we've talked about it a lot on stream. Upstart the new distraction for Jamie? Sure. It's totally different company situation. Are Upstart leaps at 60 and 100 a volatility play, or do you think Upstart will really run that hard? I don't know. We'll see. Upstart more rockets today? I don't know. I wish I had bought into the Upstart play you posted from Option Strat where you sold a put and bought 3 calls for Jan 23. It's up 700% according to Option Strat. Yeah, it's up quite a bit. Why do you have a lisp today? I don't have a fucking lisp. You're just mad that you didn't buy enough Upstart. No, Upstart's not getting delisted. Sorry. Upstart? Upstart? Listen, I've got like 50 different fucking names for Upstart in here. I've got Upstart, Upsquart, Upshart. We could see a basket-wide de-risk. I'm actually very interested to see if we do. I think they're going to continue to try to not run Upstart until after OPEX, but we'll see. How about Upscat? Oh, Jesus. So you guys start talking about scat, and then the porn bots come in here. That's on Elon Kanye possible collab. I'm not excited. SPX could fall as low as 3650, I think. Maybe 3600 by end of week. Kanye West. Can we do lists the old I can dude as well when we're at it? I can? Carl? Here's the secret for you guys. Carl is really Carl Icon's child. He told me not to dox him, but it's too late. I knew it. You jackass. They needed to know. You rug pulling son of a bitch. Macy's calls printing. I bought Macy's in August and then rolled forward earlier this month. So I'm in it with you, turd. Just watch that $21 range. It's weak. There's a lot of bag holders. That's why Carl loses so much money on Tesla every week. It's just to get back at his dad. Any chance of upstart Greeks on the screen? It's gonna make people too bullish. And it's more work I have to do every day. Because then, once I do it, then people are gonna expect it. I'm gonna be like, oh, we're the upstart Greeks every fucking day. No, it's already hard enough to ghost his plans with the GME Greeks. Bull trap on upstart? It might be. Volume's dying off pretty hard. What I think you just saw there, by the way, like, is so this decline in SPX and this sharp rise in upstart. This is like a margin correlation, right? They covered because they're getting close to hitting, some nasty margin deficits. Hey, remember Upstart was once $400. Not critical margin theory, just pressure relief. Not no, there's nothing critical about the margin. God damn it. Please don't ban me for that. I've been watching the options flow in SPX over the last hour. About half a bill in long dated SPX 4000, 5000P at the bid have transacted on the floor paired with the same number of calls at the same strike. Sold straddles. October 28th, 450, 4100. Ooh, right at the mid too. And then those are at the bid. So those are sold. So they're targeting I'm not sure you position that right. So they're targeting a range of 750 by end of next week. You think? Yeah, it might not be a bear call spread. That might be like a bull call spread. Yeah, look at it. Look at it as a. If you can, I can't do it while I'm streaming, but if you can, input it as a bull call spread instead, and then I think it might make a little more sense. can you say something bullish about Revlon so we all feel better about holding these Jan 35C bags? Yeah, you gotta wait for the news. Sorry. It's the hard part, I know. What's after 25.50 on Upstart? Probably 26. I don't hate Revlon. I still own it. You guys are just big babies. My Upstart CSP is Gurk. Yeah, I'm gonna close out my naked calls here or my naked puts here in a minute. Especially if it tests 26. My girlfriend said she'll leave me if no Revlon ups. Fingers crossed for delisting. We hit Gamma Flip on Upstart. No. It's really heavily skewed, right? Look where Gamma Neutral is at 29. I think our data on that is far more reliable than the other data I have for that, but I'll check it anyway. I still think it's at like 27 or something though. 26.16 is the flip point according to the other site. I like our data better, but how do you feel about Upstart November 60 as a vol play? A bit short dated for a vol play. Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. Jan 60s are still pretty cheap. Or like Jan 100s are cheap too. Like why a short dated? The shorter dated, the worse it is for capturing volatility. Also, volatility is like IV is more volatile on those contracts. They don't retain volatility as well, so their pricing is very erratic. How do you stay so chill when you're banking so hard? I don't know. It's like just money, right? Like I'm winning. I feel great. What do you make of those weekly 35 puts that Shifter said were sold to open? On what? Upstart? They're just trying to stop the price from breaking out. They got to slow down the momentum. I love how everybody's equating RC to Ken Griffin now that he yanked the rug out from under them because they didn't want to hold the world's biggest bag alongside them. Yeah, bag holders hate paper handers, right? It's just the nature. Like bulls hate bears, and bag holders hate people that paper handed the top. Like value investors are the world's worst bag holders. They're like, "Ah, I can't believe you'd sell your Apple at 170. The company's worth so much more than this." And then at like 130, they're like, I can't wait to buy more. Like I told you guys before, there's There's a strategy in between the two that's not so fucking dense. You just have to be flexible. Don't tie yourself to one or the other too much. Like, don't assume everything's gonna short squeeze, but also don't assume that the longer you hold something, the more it'll be worth. Have you guys ever gone on value investing? It's like, oh yeah, I bought Google in November of last year, but I'm very confident in the company and I'm more than willing to hold it for 10 to 20 years. Fuck you. You know you should have sold. I know you've probably covered it 20 times, but there's a ballpark time frame for revenues. It's usually like 10 to 14 days for delisting hearings like this. There's not a lot that were easy to find historically, but they all seem to be about roughly the same time frame. Hertz was 2 weeks. There's a few others. I hate people that paper hand pigeon whale memberships. I know you do. But pigeon whale year over year growth is phenomenal. Crushing the market. It's the prisoner's dilemma. Like, I'm holding a big fat bag, so I'm going to take to the internet and tell everyone I'm super bullish so they can hold bags with me. Misery loves company. People keep asking like they will miss the news. Trust you will see action in ticker up or down immediately. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you get anything special with Pigeon Whale membership? Yes. You get a shit on the pores, and you can DM me more often. Uh, Pigeon Whale outperforming ARC as an open-ended membership tier. Does that mean it has positive beta correlation to Kathy Wood? You're just in a shit talking mood today, huh, Dogston? I like it. Hey, you know what was up this morning? Rig. I noticed. I saw it. It was up like 2.16%. And I immediately thought of you. Related to the value investment problem, value investors hate paper hands. Same like viewers hate actually learning. Cashed out 100% gains on my Upstart weeklies. I can't wait to teach my Philadelphia fetus how to play short dated contracts. Yeah, you know, I love doing this and teaching you guys every day, but I do worry about the generation of children you're all going to raise. Reading them options as a strategic investment every night before bed, teaching them about the lack of altruism in the financial markets. Maybe I'm not making the world a better place. Is now a good time to get some Fubo calls? It's not terrible, you know? What other stock delisting dynamics is Rev most similar to? E.g. Hertz, etc. Gracias. Uh, I mean, it's kind of unique. Hertz might be a little bit similar, but So now we know the Upstart critical margin is around 26. What's Rev's critical margin? Oh, it's always been $10. Wasn't it in the 70s a couple days ago? It was in the 80s. It's normal as price drops and volatility consolidates, right? Um, it's normal for people to buy closer to the money calls. So if you got a lot of people buying like $35 and $40 calls, it's gonna pull Gamma Max down, right? My kids are fine. I just put on Coco Melon while I quote unquote work. Fair. My eldest hates you already. That's awesome. I'm gonna write a children's book and title it C is for Crime. Mm. I feel bad. I feel bad about that. Creating an entire generation of tiny psychopaths. But imagine what super stonks children are going to be like. So, it's probably a good thing. You have the public service announcement in the outro. I don't know what more you can do, man. Fair enough. Oh, God. This price action on the SPX is making me want to capitulate. Why would we teach them any of that when they can play weeklies and continue the tradition of intergenerational tax write-offs? Imagine these children would grow up to all be Aspies who bring about financial reform that Adabit claimed he dreamed of on his way to getting a job with Dave Lauer. I'm a stay-at-home dad thanks to you, Girk. My daughter's first word will be VWAP. Oh, God. Oh, man. No, but my children will begin paper trading at 14. By the time they're 18, they will have 4 years of trading experience. They're going to be gods of finding value. This is what you do. You give them all of their allowance at once for the year. And if they want more money, they have to go earn it. You can do it on paper, match, right? So they don't lose real money. But that's how you motivate them. Little Dan will be fucking in there trying to find profitable credit spreads in no time. I told my kids you were a Walter Icon. Thoughts on December 2nd, $5 Fubo calls. Not terrible. I don't love them, but they're not terrible. Imagine what Trade Trade's viewers' kids are gonna look like. The world needs ditch diggers, Bat Bones. I'm not gonna do it. I tried to teach my son who's just learning to say VWAP, but he pronounces it VUP. Am I doing it right? I think he maybe just wants you to pick him up. Tell them they can cash out $10 paper for $1 real, just to be safe in case they get lucky. Parents all over the world mirroring their children's paper accounts. Which Fubo calls are you holding? I have Jan 23 $5 calls, Jan 24 $5 calls, Jan 23 $10 calls, Jan 24 $10 calls, and Jan 24 $50 calls. Also 50% off to explain taxes. What the fuck? You can internalize their order flow and only execute payouts for them when it's profitable for you to do so. What could possibly go wrong here? Sounds like a great idea. Now if they could only make a Pokemon-like interface into the trading app, you mean Robinhood? I made the mistake of telling my kids that we own GameStop. Now they walk into the store like they own the place. I'm not gonna lie, everyone gets a little bit of that. When you start ghosting your kids' plays. I paper handed my SPX for decent profits. I'm thinking I should have, but I have a couple days till expiration on these 3700s. And there's still a lot of puts at 3650. And this bounce wasn't like... It was some put capitulation, but not a lot of it, right? So I think we could go lower. Like once we get back into this range, options interest is really weak. More specifically here. Nope, that's there. From like 3700 is strong, right? But like 3730 and 3750, like this range is very weak. So it'll be drawn to like the highest number of contracts, which is back down here at 3700. Just kind of remove mid end of day, or is its biggest moves always pre-market? It can move during the day. The first time I heard about Robinhood was on Facebook, where a friend of mine who is a known DMT user Was telling people they could get free stocks. Gotta pump up your port somehow. Yeah, it's where the market, well, the options market for the underlying is neutral on Delta. I sent you the bull call diagonal version. I don't know, based on the price this traded at, seems more bearish to me. I mean, one of them's at the mid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of think this is the more likely of the two spreads, given market conditions and the big expiration coming up. Especially with the October 28th. Workhorse got a US patent for a flying car. Good for them. I know you probably answered this 1,000 times, but what's going on with Fubo? They released some preliminary earnings last night and canceled the gaming arm of their business. Um, I think it's overall pretty bullish, and their subscriber growth is up massively. Hey, so I know you already finished this program, but the guys upstairs are gonna want some things changed. Is there any way you can add the Mona Lisa to the logo, the company logo, with your code? My day. I'm sorry, Dork. We'll fix that soon enough. Well, it cost them a lot of money, and mm, it more than likely kept institutional interest away from the stock. More importantly, it cost them a lot of money, right? They still own the IP, right? They simply dissolved the gaming arm, but they still own all the IP. So integration into their platform is owned by them. So now they can outsource all that work and server management to someone else, still profit off of it, and take their money and deploy it on broadcasting agreements, which are far more valuable for their subscriber growth, right? And they can let some company like DraftKings or whatever move into that space and handle the sports betting side while still integrating it into their platform. Man, I don't like driving with people on the road. I'm definitely not driving with them in the air. What's up, Trash? Hard bounce on Hal. I like Hal. Wasp Beer, thanks for all the education and entertainment you provide every day. Really appreciate it. Absolutely, man. Thank you. I don't know. He already had a lot of money. He won't listen to a poor, even if I'm his nephew. Oh, my uncle's on the board at Workhorse. Should I ask for insider information and jeopardize his job? Yeah, sure. I mean, just listen to all his phone conversations. Like, you don't have to get insider information. You just have to maybe hear things. Just hang out with him a lot, right? Do you know if DraftKings agreement with ESPN allows them to partner with other streamers? I'm not sure, but there's other platforms, right? More importantly, the work and the maintenance can all be outsourced, and they can focus on growth, which I think is better. I don't like that they cut it because I would much rather them to keep it in house, but I understand the reasons for cutting it, and I don't dislike them. I've got some snow insider info if you want it. Revenues are down and they're not worth nearly as much as people are paying for them. The bid ask spread on $7 November 18 calls for Rev is huge. Thoughts? No one's buying them. Junior Upstart shows more promise for OPEX. I mean, Upstart. Upstart's on Reg Show, right? Like not just on Reg Show, in inside the forced liquidation period or the forced covering period, if you will. Is Fubo's goal to be an international platform or just America? International. Revenues from international subscribers were like 5.5 million over the last quarter. North America is still their largest user base, with revenues at 210 million, 215 million, which exceeded their target of 205 million. It's all of North America. It's not just it's Canada and the U.S. Not just America, like the U.S. But they are trying to grow their international subscriber base as well. Something that's preventing that right now is the high cost of their memberships. But what I think is that once they get at their ad supported platform up and running, that they're going to be a lot more successful in like the European market because they'll be able to reduce those monthly costs by supporting the cost of membership with advertising, and that'll be a big deal because the user growth will explode, right? Just quick sanity checks, kids. Jimmy 2620, 2588, 3646, 1825. Upstart 30. What's this? What are these numbers? Sayuri. Are those your delta or Greek neutrals? I have them on the screen. Well, the point is they wouldn't be paying 60 to 99 for commercials. They'd be paying like 9.99 and get commercials. And, that's or 19.99, right? Thoughts on service sector for Q3, Q4 and Q1 2023. Which service sector? Like I can see growth in like financial services. Tech. Ooh, down. Down, down, down. Upstart bar rate dropping slightly. on IBKR. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they covered a little bit, so. More and more companies are going to try to bring tech services in-house, right? Because they're going to try to reduce their SG&As when their margins narrow. What price are you looking for to enter GME OPEX positions? Not really a price. More a time, and probably like if I'm gonna enter them later in the week. Trading is hard, but also easy, but also very hard. Excellent point, Roaring Kitty. It's a lot of preparation for very little work. Did you wait for more of a dip? I actually averaged mine up a little bit today. But you could. You could wait for a dip. Too early for GMECCs this week expiry. I sold a few. Well, not a few hundred. I sold about 100 covered calls today on GME. When are you next hanging out with DFE and Warden? Do you think we could see Jimmy again in the $30 range without an OPEX run? I mean, obviously we need to run for Jamie to hit $30. That's more than 10% increase. Yeah, we could see a 10% increase without an OPEX run, but it's unlikely, I think, at this point. You know, they're shorting volatility again, so they're building up obligations. We're gonna get a run. I just don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence in it being big, right? Like, I don't think it's gonna be a big run. New Jersey AG filed suit against ExxonMobil, Shell, and Chevron. Ooh, there's a short scalp. How are things going for you outside of trading? Well, you know, life. Quick look at the options chain tells me that this Gamma Max for our upstart you've got is wrong. I feel like that's something you're going to have to take up with JFresh. Are you getting here? Let me ask you a better question. Are you getting a Gamma Max? Oh, that's interesting. There might be an issue with the data there. Let me ask. Let me see something. Are you getting a value around 30? Roughly? Hold on. Because one of the data points for that we have for Upstart isn't printing any information, so I'm wondering if that's fucking something up. Like we have a null value, so I'll double check it. $30.24 for me. Hmm. Ooh, GME looking good. I like that. Dork. All right, I'm checking with JFresh. Have you capitulated yet? No. Can short hedge fund continue to short while on reg share forced covering periods? Yes. They have to do it with a pre-borrow agreement, or they have to do it with synthetic liquidity. So they either have to short through buying puts from the market maker, or they have to short through ETFs. More deep in the money GME puts today, $75 strike again, 1021, 120, 2023. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, that makes sense, right? They don't want it to break its like gamma flip point. Hmm. Oh, I. So you think it's like okay? And do you know why? Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so it's just kind of fucked up. Okay. All right. So so okay, so it is. All right. So the output's just fucked up. Yeah, I'm seeing that. All right. Yeah, so the data output where I'm getting it from is just kind of fucked up right now. I'm sorry, GM down 25, bearish. Something wrong with the way it's outputting the data that I guess we're gonna fix. When does Vupstart channel go public? Why? Do you have longer dated puts for SLD? Yes, but I just sold a bunch of them. I capitulated and took fairly low profits. 10%. I don't know if SPX is going to retest the high, but it's going to move up to the point where those options would have been not profitable. So I cut them and I'll buy back into them. I'm sorry I failed you as a quant and brought shame upon your good name. It's okay. It happens. I mean, I just want to know that the data's right. I don't really care. I think JFresh is smoothing vol, so he gets somewhat delayed spikes in volatility. So his Vega neutral is always lower than mine. Possibly. You guys should talk. SLD all over, or seems like we haven't seen enough of a sell-off, but I'm usually wrong. I mean, we saw a pretty big dump this morning. It's not small. It's not very big either, to be fair. Let's see. We're looking at so from peak to bottom, it's about a 200 basis point drop. I mean, that's in line with expectations, so SLD could be done. We're definitely moving up in a very consistent fashion. I'm not seeing the 3,700 puts closed yet, so there's still potential for more downside, but at least intraday we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Thanks for showing that SPX trade from start to finish. I learned a bit. I probably should have closed it out sooner, but I wasn't really paying attention. So maybe I should close those GME cover calls I sold like 2 minutes ago, expecting more downs before Friday. I mean, it depends on where they're sitting, right? Like, if you're at the money, then yeah, you're obviously taking on a lot of risk. But if you're out of the money, like, I'm not really afraid of above 30 into this Friday. Yeah, still active on the OTC exchange. Well, they're not going to close till Friday. So if there's going to be VUPs, it's going to probably be at the end of this week or, next week. More likely next week. I want to make it clear Upstart is still super compelling. Gamma Neutral and Gamma Max are almost on top of each other, which essentially means there's no positive GAX at any strike. Nothing to stop it. Woo! Don't worry, I know Upstart's super compelling. I just wanted to know what Gamma Max was. Carl, you son of a bitch. No timing out the quants. Know your place. Thoughts on Jan 80 Upstart calls? I think there could be big upside or take profits and reposition closer to the money. Oh, I think there's potential for really big upside. I'm not closing any January calls right now. Yeah, Carl timed out JFresh. That's inexcusable. He also timed you out, Cornub. God damn it, Carl. You son of a bitch. Don't make me do it. I think sometimes you forget what I can do to you. He's gone mad with power. He's been mad with power for quite some time. Hashtag bang Carl. Thanks, DFE. I'll let him know. Carl is making back some money on Tesla and is feeling saucy. I can tell. I've hit a milestone, so this is my free message. Woohoo. Also, get a haircut, finally, you hippie. I don't think I have hippie length hair. Not yet. It's getting there. It's not a fucking mullet. I'm just wearing a hat. I'm safe as long as I don't actually say anything in chat. You know, that's not true. I can look at the user list. I can also just go to manage moderators. And then there's a little X right next to your name. Don't fucking tempt me, Carl. Finish him. Shorts fired. Dad, Carl touched me in all my internet places. You were asking for it. Just give him a timeout before he times me out. He's offered at least 75 more per month in perpetuity to go through with it. Interesting. No, you won't, Carl. Don't make up lies. You'll just do what Moonwind did and change your name and lurk. SPX is options only. You can get volume estimators for it, or you can watch SPX options flow. But it's an exchange traded index. It's not an equity. Why did the Greeks change on Upstart? Bad math. I changed my name and you figured me out. I did. I know who's who. Your guys' personalities are very obvious. I told Moonwind to change his name to Moonwad. Up 30% of my RTX Feb 95Cs. With earnings on Tuesday, would you sell and wait to buy back in? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. How do you feel about their earnings? So my 500Cs aren't safe anymore. I mean, they're just as safe as they were. Can you guess any of my 4 previous names? Nah. I knew it the other day, but I forgot. Wow, it's been a whole year of watching one dude talk to his computer while I'm supposed to be working. From VUPs to frags, from means to value plays. But most important, I've only blown up 2 ports instead of 3, thanks to you. Thanks, Expert Pog. I appreciate it, man. And congratulations on that 3rd port. What's the bear thesis on Upstart again? No one knows what they do. I forget that Upstart has a 3 to 4x smaller float than GME too. Yeah, it has a float similar in size to what GME used to have before the split. I'm not subbed to anyone on OnlyFans. I haven't tested a sanity check for GM should be the average strike weighted by open interest. Because Gamma is the highest right at the money. That makes sense. I joined the stream when you said you sold your long dated SPX puts. Is there a reason you didn't wait until tomorrow? Do you think the market will go up overnight? It's tricky. It could. Today's drop was 200 BPS, and it's very much in line with SLD expectations. I don't like necessarily betting on the downside unless I see a fairly strong rejection here. I know the 3,700 puts are still open, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna fall to 3,700, right? We may just stay below 3,750. I'm sure we'll fall back to it. Also, my calls were gonna go, or my puts were gonna go out of the money. So I'd rather take the small profit. And I'm glad I did, because it looks like this move up's going to continue. And then I'll just re-enter, right? Seems like it's too late to jump into Upstart. Wait for a pullback. I suppose you could. No, I didn't sell the 3,800 Novembers. I sold a few of them this morning and then bought some for cheaper. The puts. I think he's talking about the puts for SLD. Do you think November OPEX could be like last March if obligations start to accumulate, or are those days gone? I think November OPEX could be like March if we don't run on October OPEX. I wonder if OPEX runs when SLD finishes early. I don't think there's a very strong, like, causative effect there. I don't know if you already went over it. We're expecting IV to spike soon for OPEX. It should start climbing a little. Not necessarily today or tomorrow, but Thursday, Friday. Someone lowering the Fubo price so they can buy in. Yeah, it does appear that way. Upstart November 35s are up 50%. My 25s are only up 25%. Weird. No, I mean, that could have just been the premium you bought them at. Did you buy them at different times? Did you buy them at the same time? Thirty-fives have far more, like, extrinsic value to gain, right? There could be so many different reasons in the different pricing of the premium there. First of all, you paid more for 25s because they're closer to the money, right? So reasonably safe to sell GME 1021 cc's above 30. It's moderately safe. I feel comfortable with the ones I sold, but I'm not gonna like full port into them. Like I want to, whatever I sell, I want to make sure I'm able to buy back. SPX uptrend broken. Yeah. Here's the thing. We may have already seen a large part of the SLD dump occur. I think we're still weighted to the downside. So, price is going to kind of drift there, but I don't know. I don't know how much more downside we should expect beyond what we've already seen. Not only up from here, but probably some stagnation. No, but yeah, Upstart not a great entry for shares in this price range, I don't think. You might be able to get a better one. Pressure's building up a lot on it though, and it's not really falling with the dropping market as much, which is kind of an indication that it's becoming harder to internalize. Miss you, Gurk. I hope you come back. Gork, I see you. Come back to where? Yeah, it's tricky. We may not have seen the SLD drop. You're not wrong. It's definitely tricky. I wonder if it's good to play it now. Like, I already made plenty of money on puts today. I wonder if it's a good idea to continue playing it or just be patient and wait to buy more for the upside. Like, it's the range is kind of narrow. Like, we have another 150 BPS that we could drop based on the options chain, right? But I wonder if like it's better just to position at the bottom of that drop than to try to time that drop. If we got like another move up to 36 or 37.50, maybe I'd be a little more confident with buying some puts. Good entry for calls on Upstart. Yeah, they're still pretty cheap. I mean, they're up a little bit, but it's because IV was kind of bumping today. Um, it, if it falls back below VWAP, maybe. I mean, puts are kind of underpriced on Upstart anyway, or calls are underpriced. I assume you seldom look at your Pickle Financial channel description, pretty much never. But you may want to review your two main focus stocks. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm still very focused on talking about how big of a piece of shit AMD is. That's never changed. Carl swearing is making me uncomfortable. I thought this was a Christian stream. It's not at all. Check DMs for my SLD position. Oh, okay. You know, you're a little wide on the strangle. I would have been at like 37. Yeah, 36.50, 37.50, but okay, you sold them. All right. That makes sense then. The put side is just kind of low. I mean, I'm not saying we can't hit it. We could. It's very possible. We could even hit it today, but it's a little unattainable. It's best when they move into the money, right? So like 36, if you're targeting 3600, sometimes it's better to have like 3620s. That way you capture a little bit of that intrinsic value as well. Just get in. We finally getting some pressure on Upstart. It looks to be building a bit. We'll see. They covered some today. So they blew off a little bit of pressure today. But we'll see if it, just builds back up with them trying to drive it back down again. I'd expect that if we see a bounce in the market It'll probably be over the next couple weeks. But, November 18s are nearing kind of the end of their lifetime, right? And so starting to target December calls is probably better in this period. I mean, like my OPEX positioning is still largely going to be November, but it's only for a few days after OPEX, and then I move out to start focusing on the December calls, right? Was that SLD? Not necessarily all of it, but some of it, I think. Cat 180s for November still safe? I mean, I still have my November 180s open. I'm gonna hold those probably like all my November stuff probably through next week, and then I'll start capturing profits. Bought at 178. Yeah. I mean, aren't you up? You were up quite a bit this morning. No, you're still up. Yeah, I don't see a problem with the if you're in the money. That's like a totally different story, right? But yeah, I have November 165s, 170s, 175s, 180s. I'm not selling those right away. They're in the money. I'm talking more out of the money positioning. I actually sold PMCCs at 190 this week on cat against my 165s. Which, don't forget, you can do that if you're fairly deep in the money on a position like that and it's stagnating. OPEX week safe to cover in November. Price action beyond that, 1028. Look at December options to cover that exposure. Better, yeah, because you want to get outside of that theta drop off, right? Okay, I have 190 December that I'm fine with. Just worried about November getting closer. That's fair, yeah. But I think if Cat's gonna see a bounce, it's gonna see it in line with the indices. So next week, right? And then November 18s are fine to capture next week's price movement, especially if you're already in the money. Is it better to sell far dated CSVs if looking to get assigned to capture more premium? Here's the problem: you may not get assigned on them. You may be able to close them for a profit, but you may not get assigned if it falls below. No, I fucking hate Zim. I think it's a piece of shit. Also, when did Renzel become a market aficionado? Zim's terrible. They just got a bunch of capital. They're going to spend it all on ships, and then they're going to purge capital from their shareholders to spend more on ships. That's what shipping companies do. Their shareholder equity is just a piggy bank. Same thing in oil speculation. It's just way too risky. And they've outlined their plans very clearly for upgrading their fleet already. I told people this when they were fucking trying to buy it at $70 because of the fucking dividend. And I'll tell them now at what is it, 20 something? No, very bad investment. I like Renzel, he's a super cool dude, but I mean, I don't get my stock information from like I don't know. I don't know if he's that experienced yet to be picking things. Did Fubo find a floor here? It seems that way. There's a lot of calls at $4. Isn't all shareholder equity just a piggy bank? It depends if it's going to be definitely used as a piggy bank or not. I mean, yes, to some degree. ERP real estate 8.6% div, decent upside. Own or any thoughts? I don't own any. I probably wouldn't buy into anything with real estate exposure for like 6 more months. Touch on the big change in upstart Greeks. We're getting like data points that are outliers, and upstart's GM is roughly 30 because of where the majority of open interest lies. I think it's fallen over the last couple of days as people have bought closer and closer to the money. I think they're gonna JFresh is gonna try to fix it, but right now it's roughly around 30. How do you pronounce EBITDA? EBITDA? What makes the gamma flip point different from the Greeks? It's based on weighting of the local strike rather than the whole chain. There's been a healthy chunk of equities sold off. Even if there are more, SPX retest of 3680 seems like 3,700 calls are free money. Thoughts? Because that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I think if it dips below 3,600, like 3,680, that range, I'm gonna also be going long as well. It's pronounced EBITDA. Okay, that's what I said. Does that make you rethink your $60 leaps on Upstart? No, absolutely not. So, like Jay Fresh said, before Carl so fucking rudely timed him out, um, there's no positive gax anywhere on the chain, so there's nothing stopping price action once it breaks out. And if Upstart's moving up significantly, people will buy more and more out of the money calls, which will raise gamma max. And there's a lot of room because there's so many strikes on the chain too. Say something to convince me to not full port into more Upstart calls. Um, Obviously there's some risk, right? It's heavily shorted. Um, Fuck. Don't do that. Don't full port into anything. That's stupid. I picked up some 16th December Fubo $5 calls. Thoughts? Not terrible. Yeah, we're running out of water. Upstart 2450 end of day. Doesn't seem like it yet. What do catsup, mustard, and relish look like for SPX? Well, they don't really have volume, right? So you can only estimate roughly. SPX looks pretty good for a bounce. Like it's recovering, I would say. UNG is a natural gas play? Maybe. Take a look at it. It's the like the trust, right? I don't know how much exposure that's going to have to the European market. I'd have to dig more into their holdings. I'm not sure I love it. Gurks, riddle me this, Pickle Man. Upstore more likely to squirt, squart, fart, or shart. You know when it looks like somebody stood on their heads and just exploded on the ceiling of a public restroom? Time to buy SPX puts is past. I'm not sure about that. I think there's still more downside potential. But I don't like the range we're trading in right now to confirm that. We're in kind of a dead zone on SPX, and so it'll really depend. I don't think we're going to see 3,700 capitulation until Friday, but I could be wrong. And if we do see capitulation of the 3,700 strike, yeah, prices could just rise into the end of the week. No, I'm just writing it down. I've already all the capital that I have in Revlon, I've made from Revlon, and it's gonna stay that way. How did you find Cat initially? What do you mean? How did I find it? It's like one of the largest stocks in the S&P and Dow. I pay attention to what companies are doing. I understand institutional value metrics. Doug Brown, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. How'd you hear about Apple? Somebody had one of their phones, man. Doug, hit me up on the Discord, man, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. I figure you found out about Cat the same way I did. Pickles Picks. Did Upstart eat dollar slices, or did they eat Taco Bell in the midst of a blackout? Taco Bell and a blackout. Hey Greg, I just found out about this obscure little company called Amazon. I think they have a lot of potential. Would there be a reason institutions and ETFs won't buy into Rev if they aren't delisted? No. Does SPX want a taste of 3730 or 3735? Starting to look like it wants to retaste 3700. Del Taco is far better than Taco Bell. It fucking absolutely is. That just makes me so much more bullish than you can ever imagine. I'm I'm pretty fucking bullish on Upstart. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what the fuck taco time is. There's lots of big companies where you don't like playing their stocks, right? Just trying to learn. No, you're trying to eke out strategies that you can copy instead of making up your own. But yes, there are companies that I don't trade that are also large. Did you ever buy that fishing pole to knock over the wasp trash below you? Or if not, can I get the $5 back? Someone mentioned Taco Bell. No, I didn't buy a fishing pole. Also, no refunds. Did he say how high he thinks Upstart can run? I know it's usually GM, but VN is higher. Upstart kind of has a lot of potential depending on how much interest is picked up. Hmm. I.e., learning. Looking for shortcuts isn't necessarily learning. Would a pro trader say Upstart is 1,000 points today? Is up 1,000 points today? Or would they just say 10%? 10%. It's not an index. People don't use points for a thing. They use points like BPS on indexes because they don't move in large percentage moves, right? And saying 0.23% is difficult. And so they would say, 23 points. Whereas, stocks, 10% is obviously easier to say. We all know that there's only one stock worth trading, Tootsie Roll. Everything else is just to throw us off. Okay, MTB Dorks alt account. I'm opening my Upstart position at market open tomorrow. Prepare for downs. All right. That's not true. Del Taco Spicy Jack quesadillas with green sauce are phenomenal. There may be no better drunk meal. You have to get the Inferno sauce packets that are just loaded with MSG. In the book Think and Grow Rich, I think the problem here, Stefan, is you've read the book Think and Grow Rich. The only person growing rich off the publication of that book is the guy who fucking sold it to you. And Taco Bell is whiter than a sheet of paper. There's like four taquerias that are cheaper and better within a stone's throw of any Taco Bell here in California. I can't believe much in the same way that I can't believe Domino's exists in New York City. I can't believe Taco Bell exists in California. Taco Bell isn't even for poors. It's like $30 for two people to eat. It's like going to Five Guys. It's like $40 for a burger and fries. Use Google Translate to translate hobo or Lambo into Latin for a new tattoo. Didn't work. Time to short Google. Maybe. I kind of want to short your port though. Now that you want to get, considering you want to get that tattoo. Still a Shiltar, but good man horse. Thanks. Sugar daddies rise up. I'm clearly Shadow Man. Notice me. Oh, I didn't notice your gray name there. Dre Dillionaire, Paper Hand Dan. UNG derives its price from futures plus price from port delivery prices in Louisiana. But I want to see how much exposure they have from port delivery prices. Also, how's that natural gas making its way to the European market where it's needed most, right? Where the demand is. That's what I want exposure to. I want exposure to someone satisfying the massive vacuum of supply in Europe. I don't want some company, shipping natural gas into the southeast and getting US prices. Natural gas here is cheap as fuck. Sorry, Europeans. We got tons of that shit. US is just farting natural gas all over the place. Calls on Russia? Not until they rejoin NATO and my prophecy comes true. No, it's not full circle to Zim. Al Pastor or Carnitas? Pastor. I like Carnitas, but Pastor is better. If it's done right, it's better. Difference between Long Johnson and Dillionaire. Dillionaires get access to the country club. Long Johnsons don't. If I swear fealty to you, okay, I'm listening, and follow you around in full plate, will you manage my port? I'm not tall or imposing, but very loyal, and would wear your house crest. Let me know. Well, I see you're of royal lineage, so that helps. I'm not looking for a page or a squire currently, but I could let you know. LNG routes are really expensive to set up because they usually insist on multiple decade contracts. Also, the US has almost no LNG tankers. I know, almost no LNG tankers. Any thoughts on LHX, defense contractor, possible way to play a potential nuke boom boom in Ukraine event? I don't think we're going to get a nuke boom boom in Ukraine event. As Christ died to make men holy, let men die to make us rich? No, thanks. Yeah, no. I'm not playing that side of it. I'm playing the side of it that as crazy as Putin seems, he's still pretty rational. Russian gas will go up if they continue to sell to some countries, right? Just not Germany. Yeah. I'm sort of sorry to ask again. When do you see the upstart squeeze happening? That's sometime between now and January. I didn't say squeeze. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. All right, what were we? I was answering someone. My accountant spouse said not to touch cash until this house deal goes through. I don't do margin. Yeah, I mean it could be a couple months. So, I think potential is very high right now, but to be on the safe side, yeah, it could take a little while. You know, from GME's initial listing on Reg Show to the point at which, you know, those positions got forced out, um, you know, it was about 3 months. It was October to mid-January, right? So, you know, we'll see if they're able to cycle it on and off Reg Show. That makes a big difference. You know, if they're not able to get it off Reg Show, it could happen much faster. SLD done? Could be. Not necessarily, though. Volume is absolutely dead on Revlon. Yeah, I mean, nothing's happening right now. Don't worry, it can go from 0 to 100 real quick. Or, you know, 200% of the flow traded in a day. Have you heard about Zom's natural gas storage and its proximity to the port of Houston? I have. But Carl's not banned. He's just in the shadows, trying to hide from me, so I won't ban him. I'm not going to ban Carl anyway. What price do you think we start to see VUPs for GME? None? I mean, there's just no calls yet, right? All the fucking calls are sold and the puts are bought. Gotta wait for those longs to build up. I mean, right now, GME could run to like 35-ish, but I don't know if it's ready to yet. Who the fuck did this to Fubo? Fubo did this to Fubo. This is good. I mean, it didn't drop back below 4. It's kind of holding its own. I don't hate it. Where are we in the Dorito? Which Dorito? Oh, the market Dorito? We're above it. The Dorito of purchasing. Apology not accepted. How dare you leave your chair during market hours? You want me to send? You know what, Gaff? This is what I'm gonna do to you because you did that, because you said that. You son of a bitch. Where's my DM with you? God damn it. Take that. DDS looks like it's about to explode up. It probably is. I know you're bearish overall going into next year in the market. Why would you enter a Fibbo position now and not wait till the market goes down, because I think Fubo's already about as cheap as it's going to get. I think even if the market does go down, Fubo's not going to lose that much value. And if it does, I'm willing to buy more at those prices. Fidelity says 4-1 call to puts. Lots of those calls are sold. Not all OI is bullish. Has anyone asked you if SLD is over yet? A couple people, yeah. Well, there's a Dorito, like, crumb that fell onto the pimento. Yeah. No, I don't follow sports leagues. You're gonna enter a position up, sorry. Good idea to start with out of the money Jan calls, or is there a better way? Thanks. That's a way to start. I mean, at least they're less delta exposed. They're not going to change with fluctuations in the price in the near term. Looks like Hopium dribbled to me. You're such a liar. You fucking love it. Are you a fan of Indian curry? Not really. Like, there's some Indian food I like, just not much of it. Why was Polestar's 1.7 million FTDs able to clear after 922 without rising price action or dilution? Well, that's not a lot of FTDs. I have no idea what their float looks like, but I'd imagine. Is this UK? PSNY? I mean, they have a 466 million float. So that's probably why. Do you know what's going on with SLD? I mean, I think we had some equity sell off, but the like options positioning is still really bearish. So I think we might see more equity sell offs like today and tomorrow through Friday. It could, yeah. We're kind of in like a dead zone, right? I didn't time out gaff. You have SPX on top right, and when I opened the stream, it looked on the right and thought SPX was at 41.40. Oh, no, SPX is at 37.26. I bought overpriced calls earlier today. Nice. I saw in the pickle jar that people were asking if SLD is over. People don't seem to realize that the market could be yeet to 3,500 or 40.50. We just don't know. Big money is on the fly on SPX right now. I mean, to some extent. I don't think we're gonna yeet to 3,500. I definitely don't think we're gonna yeet to 40.50. I think we're kind of trapped between 37.50 and 3,700. More likely to see the downside of 3,700 right now than we are to see the upside of 3,750. But yeah, there's no way of telling, if they're done positioning yet. The 3,700 seem very resistant to capitulation, and they didn't do it before when we moved up hard. They're not doing it now, so it makes you think that those positionings could just be very large hedges, right? They're not directional positioning, and that's why they haven't closed out yet. They're still acting as like a weight to any upside potential, though. Fucking assholes. No problem, Snake Whips. Define yeet. To cast off in a direction rapidly. The bull side of SPX is all sitting in November, December, or beyond at 3,900. The bear side is all over the place. You mean repositioning? But there are big put positions in the downside, really towards 36. Yeah, 36 is decent. It's not as big as 3650. 3650 has a lot more, or it had a lot more OI this morning than 3600 did. So I'm gonna say that like we could see 3600, but like 3650, 3750 seems to be the broader range there. Those 3700 puts are deep underwater at the moment. They're not deep underwater, they're just underwater. And it's possible they don't care if they're underwater, right? If they're a hedge, they don't give a shit. The market maker still has to hedge them as though, you know, they're important. Market makers. Do you think all these expiring put positions are closing or repositioning down further? I think they're gonna get their liquidity deposits in place and they're gonna leverage the fuck out of the upside so that they can short the VIX and drop the price of puts. And then after we have a nice little rally, then they'll buy puts when they're cheap. They're not gonna buy puts right now. They're expensive as fuck. The puts they bought when they were cheap, they're not closing, but they don't want to buy new ones. So, like I said, you know, into the next couple weeks, sideways or up. What are your expectations for Docu the next OPEC cycle? I'm trying to play IV with 120C Jan 23s. I mean, if we get an OPEX, it's awesome. If we don't, it kind of sucks. They are shorting vol on Docu, so the opportunity is there, but if it's not realized, be prepared to cut quick. Also, 120Cs might be a bit far out of the money. That's fair, Carl. What's the range you expect we may see after large puts in October expire? Another leg up in the next few weeks. I mean, we could move up beyond 3,800, maybe higher. That'll depend on how much leverage is placed to the long side, but I think the top of a run would be like the highest I'm targeting is like 41.35, but I have a feeling we'll fall short of that. Macy's is good. I own it. It was a pickles pick for last OPEX, but I have calls on it for December. Check DMs. What do you got, J Fresh? I have a proposal for OPEX naming convention. Since there's an overlap between month abbreviations and month number, I propose a prefix month number month abbreviation OPEX. So October OPEX would be Decatopex. November would be Undecanovopex. December would be Dudecadecapex. I hate all of this. Wow, I can't believe you wrote all of these out. But I also kind of love it. You know what? Let's do it. Do you want me to make a Macy's FTD tracker? No, I don't care that much about it. Are fails on Upsquart relevant? Yeah. Poll? Why? You think I'm just gonna cast the decision to the masses? That's fucking good, GME. They're making us sweat covered calls. Are they? I'm not sweating at all. GME like 2674, but they're gonna just buy puts to skew it, so it doesn't matter. Like everyone just assumes that the hedge is gonna flip when we cross it, and that's not how it's gonna work. They're just going to short the fuck out of it and prevent the hedge from flipping, right? So don't think of the hedge as like the breakout point. Think of it as just massive fucking resistance. If I become pontiff, can we have a day of polls? Sure. And you can make them all too. You can make all the polls you want. Do do Deco Desopex? I don't have any positions for it yet. I don't actually have a lot of confidence in that one right now. I'm really focused on Deck Octopex right now. And Undeca Novapex. Those are the two big ones that I really care about. Because I'm sure you already know this, but the fails on Upstart are we're all over 300k for September. I'm now even more bullish. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ, unsubbed. You love it, Jason. Cat may be getting a bit of a boost today, but it looks like it's going to stay above the SMA 50 on the daily. Sure. What language are we speaking now? We're using a new naming system for OPEXs. Or we're trialing a new naming system for OPEX. You know, to be fair, JFresh, we could just do the month, like the month numerical value without the name of the month, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 versus, you know, the number of the month and the name of the month. So like January could be Monopex, February could be Diopex, Triopex, Tetraopex, Pentaopex, Hexaopex, Heptaopex, Octaopex, so on, right? 1 pex, 2 pex, 3 pex, 4. I like that too. 16 months, my god. What am I doing with my life? Hopefully making money. What happens when someone paper hands Pontiff? Thanks for everything, Gherk and the Quants. I use the additional money to hire a contract killer to just sit outside their house and scare them. Not to actually kill anybody, but just so they feel the full weight of their decision. Whenever they come out of their house, they're going to make eye contact. And they're just going to stare you down everywhere you go for as long as I can afford to pay them. Hiring contract killers to stare at people? I don't think it's a crime. Well, this talk of pecs sounds like you're going to show me G Fuel and whey. No. Are you doing overnight straddles? I'm always doing overnight straddles. If there's one thing this market's not, Cornub, it's flat. Just get Gensler to do it dressed as Pennywise. It's not like he has anything better to do. Yeah, but then the neighbors are gonna like call the cops when he's watching Pornhub in his car. You know, it's problematic. No, you can't. I'm not a lawyer, but you have a dash after Upstart and a colon after GME on the screen, Greeks. Deal with it. Also, thanks for notifying Stefan. I hope it drives him insane for the rest of the day. Gensler going as Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Do you think the November OPEX could be nullified if the market downturns again? No. I don't think that's how OPEX works. So if you have minimal liquidity to straddle, what would you straddle? Someone who is paying me. Idea for stream card. Superimpose your head on Conan the Barbarian, holding his sword up to the heavens with Decapex painted over his chest. Interesting. You know, we start making up names for OPEXs and people get too bullish on them. Will people still be asking if we're going to have a recession when the SPY is at 280? Probably. Are XSP options cash settled as well? I believe so, yes. The liquidity in the markets is fine. Yeah, totally. Everything always short squeezes when the market goes up. I can assure you I'm not bullish on any OPEX nonsense. I know you're not, Gaff. But how do you feel about those charts I sent you? I know you fucking love equities. Don't lie to me. The SPY's not double bottoming at 60. Oh, I sent Trash an idea for a stream card when you get that. Fuck you, nerds, ego. I got ooh, so be prepared. Okay. Just buy ADA and turn $100 into 725 real fast. You've got an average downturn. It's a long-term buy and hold. You have to wait for the next bull cycle. Or crypto to die. One of the two. Come on, man. Why did Upstart steal all of Fubo's mojo today? I don't know. It's a good question. What's trading so close to 150, Ryan? My 7-year-old asked me what happened if the SPY went to 0. I told him society would collapse. We both spent a moment to reflect on the power of a single number. Math's fun. Also, that's not happening. Man, that's just... Don't make me sad, J-Fresh, in the middle of the day. Oh, you're talking about, like, the ticker skew. Never mind. You know, usually when I hear the word skew, it's not in reference to the CBOE index. I think currently it's indicating like a bit of a turnaround if you look historically. I think it estimates the skewness of S&P 500 returns, right, over like a 30-day horizon. So it's kind of just like VIX. It's good to it can be good to watch it. I'd rather pay attention to volatility than the skewness of like out of the money contracts on SPX, but it's you know, a measurement that's easily viewed. Okay, for sure, Rad. Cardano almost worth literally 0. The crypto winter is gonna last years, almost as if it was built on over leverage. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a few years. It's cool. By then I'll have like billions of Cardano, right? And then I'll be rich. That's what Gaff told me. He told me it's gonna go to $1 or 5, maybe 3. So I'll just sit here harvesting my free tokens that I get because of the interest and just keep buying obscene quantities of it for $10. I bought a bunch of Tether years ago and still hasn't gone up. Can you summarize your current thoughts on October OPEX? I think we're well set up for a run. If one's going to happen, the things are in place that we like to see. I don't know how big it'll be. It doesn't look like it's going to be very big. At least you didn't buy LRC at $3 like the stonkers. I mean, I bought LRC at like 74 cents and then I sold it at $3. You think Upstart runs next week with OPEX? Could. It's a good time for it to do that. A lot of the puts on Upstart expire this Friday. I'm only down 175%. So you lost all of your initial investment and then put 75% of that back in. The first cryptocurrency that makes it easy for boomer grandma to buy Starbucks wins the crypto game. It's stunning to me how few cryptocurrencies forget about the currency part. Yeah. Gotta beat Visa. If you can't beat Visa, are you even a cryptocurrency? I was told LRC was going to $12 end of year. Remember that guy who came in here bitching at me because I didn't believe that BTC was going to hit 100K by end of the year? Where's that guy? Nice gaff. I've still got my buy order in for Bitcoin at 16 and 11. The year's not over. We're gonna need a melt up of such insane like SPX to 6,000, BTC to 100K by January. I think we see a turnaround and a bounce off the cycle bottom in the next 30 days. Well, then I guess I won't own any Bitcoin for the bounce. Whatever will I do? I think the bottom's in Q1 of next year or Q2 of next year. Q1, Q2 of next year. Bitcoin under 15K. Let's go. Everyone remember this moment when I made these bold predictions. Shiny Tank Seed. Can we just not talk about him? I've always wanted to be one of those people in chat that's like, mark this moment when I'm saying this price point on some stock. And then they disappear forever. Would you buy Bitcoin at 9K in the midst of worsening global depression this time next year? I'd pick up a few. Fuck it, why not? There's riskier things I could throw my money away on, like US treasuries. Bitcoin under 15K in 6 months? It's a little more than 6 months, but yeah. Tapping on the 500 week? Man, I'm just making my predictions, right? I can be wrong. And then you'll be right, and think how great you'll feel. And then if I'm right, I also win. Because that means I get to buy Bitcoin under 15K. There's a middle school age girl that lives in the apartment below me. I think she's home alone right now. And I've heard the fire alarm go off 3 times in the last 30 minutes. And she screams. Concerning or nah? Oh man, yeah. Let an authority handle that situation. Not you. Not you don't go anywhere near that. Unless your apartment's on fire. I don't know if it'll be Bitcoin's bottom. I'm just saying under 15,000. I don't dislike Cardano. I'll buy probably some more of it. I've got to have like some money exposed there. I can't wait to buy F under 500. Why so high? Yeah, notify someone. Yeah. What a fucked up world we live in, where like a middle school age child is burning to death in their apartment and nobody can help immediately because child, right? Jesus. That's going to depress me for the rest of the day. I think that's just America. It could just be America. The real hero is what Tater Tom did for all the potato holders. Who is fucking holding potatoes? Wait, is this a euphemism for BBBY? These DJs don't understand that Rev is so much riskier than BTC, even under 15K. No, the opposite. I think the opposite is true. Rev is probably less risky than Bitcoin. God, Bitcoin's so volatile. I don't know if there's a riskier financial asset than crypto. Even Revlon, like over time, could turn their business around and move back onto an exchange and clear their debt, right? Bitcoin could just disappear. They could just make it illegal. Like once Nancy Pelosi sells her Bitcoin, boom, gone. And then we have the US dollar coin brought to you by Gary Gensler for international debt destruction after we reshore all our industry. But we won't get into those conspiracy theories today. It doesn't matter, bipolar bear. We live in a society, you son of a bitch. Rev literally has a legitimate chance of going to zero. BTC going to zero is much more unlikely. That's fair. Ooh, my inbox has pictures of what? Bro, it's going up again? Oh, I see. But give me the other one with VVIX. That's the one I like to look at. Do you think Potato Tom has any clue that 1,000 traders were watching him speak and ripping on him the entire time as the markets tanked? It was probably more than just us, right? Yeah, that's what I like, Dork. That's the one. Look at new peaks. You know, sometimes I wish I could say the things in front of the public that I want to say. Do you ever feel that way, Dork? Do you ever just want to tell them? Show us the dicks. This is YouTube. I can't do that. Yes, I know that. BMG. I just want to tell everyone everything. It's okay. You know what we'll do? We'll just voice chat later and talk to each other about these things, and then we can get it out of our system, right? JFresh can get his praise. Dork can get his, daily dose of ooze. And, I can get my insane bullishness out of my system. Thanks for being there for me, guys. What if I say the magic words, tell us shill? That doesn't work. Can I send you the AI rendition of your likeness that I just commissioned? Sure. At least tell us what you're bullish on. It's Upstart related. The voice chats are definitely too bullish for the average person. We really do get carried away with ourselves sometimes. How long has Upstart been on Reg Show for? A while? Since September 2nd? Full port SPX puts. Let's go. I do like the rejection. All right. Oh, it's not entropy. Entropy is so 3 months ago. I mean, it's still important, but Upstart and Upstart accessories. I'm just gonna say I'm expanding my price target on Upstart to somewhere between $25 and $500. You can't just say that. This is extremely disturbing. Barry Pullman. I don't I don't know what's in my hands. I don't even know what this abbreviation means. Mentropy swaps on Upstart win. I saw that, Stefan. Would you full port CSP and then turn around and immediately load that into 510Cs? Oh, I don't know, man. Wait, what am I not filling on here? Oh, that's annoying. I didn't see your Ko-Fi. What did you say? Just tell the pigeon whales the data and let us lord our vast knowledge over the pores. Let them know how we get access to data they can't hear or comprehend. You know you can tell us too. You guys, just because you're pigeon whales doesn't mean you can comprehend the data. I could show you 10 charts right now and you wouldn't know a single one of them meant. I mean, that's not how it works. You can't pay just $100 more a month and have more understanding. Also, couldn't keep the data to themselves. The pores would know almost instantly. That's not true. The pores don't know about the secret zero DTE gang. I mean, never mind. So Upstart is failing faster than CNS can clear. Has excellent pressure on it at the moment, and GME is only 30. What am I missing here? Please make your case for a PT of 100 so the rest of us can pump your calls for this coming OPEX. Thank you for your time. That will be all. It looks very compelling. I mean, it's still on Reg Show leading into a covering period, right? Like, obviously, it's more compelling than any stock that isn't on Reg Show. It's way less liquid than a lot of the other stocks we're looking at. It has very high insider ownership. Since becoming a pigeon whale, my brain has doubled in size. Nice, man. Oh, if I found out the data, I would literally never speak to a poor again. But then how would you lord it? Well, all stocks are entering an OPEX period, but not all stocks are on Reg Show. And not all Reg Show stocks have been on Reg Show for more than 13 consecutive days. Do you think SLD has yet to happen? I mean, it could still be more. It's my birthday today. Finally turning 12. Congratulations, Roberto Gamma. You're on your way to being a man. I'll send something to your bar mitzvah. And mazel tov to you. Expectations for Upstart earnings November 8th. 21. Oh, who cares? Your life's already over. I don't know. I'd expect Upstart to continue making money. They haven't stopped doing their business. They've been signing a bunch of regional banks. Upstart is $1 above its original risk from a few weeks ago on Pickles Picks. I know. Also, that's not totally fair. You guys put up graphs and charts without any indication as to what it means. If I got a small ledger, I'd understand a good amount. That's maybe true. We don't put up graphs and charts with no indication of what it means. I explain it. Reddit sentiment on Upstart is growing too. Wall Street Bet's mentioning it apparently. And there goes our Gamma Max. I'm going to start referring to Wall Street Bets as GMF, Gamma Max Facilitators. Oh. Is Deck Octob is Deck Octopex going to be the squartening that was foretold by Itines? Where the fuck is Itines? Ketchup, mustard, and relish aren't indications. Yes, they are. That's what I do. I know you do, Turd. The problem is you do it with us. Yeah, we should probably get some squartening stream cards made. I think Itines full ported into Anesceptopax and laughed. Oh, okay. The jokes today are very on point. I haven't laughed this hard in a while. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for your great comments. And thanks, Girk, for cherry picking the best ones. My dad works for Kraft Heinz. Is that bullish? It could be. Are you going to inherit his shareholding? He's a potato, so, you know, I assume. Occasionally, Pickles Picks end with, I'll just put these charts up. The only chart I can read unassisted is the one that shows how to tie my shoes. Come on. I don't put up any crazy bullish charts on Pickles Picks that aren't well explained. If you use the Greek ordinal prefix, this month could be Decatapex? Ooh. If SLD happened today, that's 2 months in a row that SLD happened a day early. Does that change how we do things? No, not really. I mean, for SLD, it's really just like short the peak of the week. It rhymes even. It's easy to remember. And then don't be scared of taking profits. Which one of these DJs just spent 30K on Upstart December 100s? That sounds like fucking Wall Street bets. Did you guys see Carl's fucking FTD chart that he made? This shit? The ratio of FTDs is increasing faster than the actual number of FTDs. Wasn't that also happening with Rev for a while? Rev's kind of just skyrocketed. Rev's really illiquid, right? So Rev's FTDs just went like 0 to 100. They moved up, but yeah, so the ratio just blew out really fast. This one's a slower burn. It's a role play. You wouldn't understand. Carl's testosterone is directly inverse Tesla's price. Because he refuses to just full port into AT&T. So, you have AT&T growth plus dividends over time. Then you have Tesla's price. And then you have Carl's testosterone. Yep. So if he just full ported into AT&T over 5 years. See, I do share charts with you guys. If you have 2,500 laying around and want exposure to Upstart, how would you deploy it? Carefully? With risk in mind. Carl, I just outlined to you the perfect financial plan for the next 5 years. I think I found SLD. I think equity softs are going to just continue, right? How high do you think Upstart IV can go on a run? It hasn't picked up a lot of IV historically. At least not this year. If you go further back, like last year, it picked up a lot. This year, I think like the top of the IV is somewhere around. Well, how far can I go back? Let me look. I can go back to like Jan of this year. It was around 142. I think it peaked. Yeah, peak IV was 161 for IV30 this year. Maybe. Yeah, this one might be higher. 166. Last year it got into like the 400 or 500% range. But they've done a little bit of a share buyback and still have more on the table. So it could generate volatility even faster now. It's almost like someone pulled their liquidity out of the market in order to deposit it supplementarily. Thoughts? Curious. Very curious indeed, Dork. I wonder who would do that. What's a good ETF for exposure to Carl's T? What's the name of the fucking inverse Tesla ETF? Carl's the sole and largest shareholder of that ETF. Carl's wife, she's not really the recipient of his tea. We're seeing a pre-power hour sell-off. Maybe a little bit. Jesus Christ. What's in that photo? Will Carl pull the merkin out from under us? Hmm. Big options volume dead on the midpoint on XLE today. Both ADP and ADC for December and Jan 20 and for Jan 2024. What mean? Straddles possibly. Uncertainty by speculators. I don't think people realize how much I'd pay for a video of RC walking around aimlessly in a BBBY store, just yanking on rugs. Oh no, the SPX with sustained red candles. Is this the soft landing everyone's been talking about? Apparently. I mean, we're just getting dragged back down to that, like, put volume at 3,700, right?
RC didn't rug pull you. Jake Freeman did. I mean, there's probably an argument there that like Merrill, BlackRock, and Vanguard did, but either way, like they rug pulled RC. Apple getting destroyed. Oh, good. I can buy more calls on it. Did they have news? Jesus Christ. Is RC selling as Apple? I figured I'd ask it before you guys do. Wow. Imagine when he could have sold it at like 180. I mean, if Apple goes to zero right now, I think my November calls will print. Actually, maybe China related. Hmm. Is it getting shorted or not? I mean, there's definitely a large concentrated sell off. They cut production of the iPhone 14. Fuck. Is the iPhone gonna crash the market? Because that'd be fucking awesome. No, it's slowing down. This is a big sell off. Just because they cut production back doesn't mean that they haven't already produced a bunch of them that they can't sell. Yeah, Revlon's less affected by SLD. Almost not at all. I mean, the only effective SLD on Revlon is going to be mutual fund, like actively traded mutual funds. It's minimal. Apple keeps making the same phone and are dumbfounded why people aren't buying the new one. What's up, Boo? You gonna buy some I bought some SPX puts already when we were trading up at 37.5 or 37.35. I bought more on this like little fake out dip, then regretted it, and then I'm really happy. Why does Apple dumping dump my cat call prices? Why did Tim Apple do this? Apple's the real contagion. It's like the largest ETF holding for every fucking ETF. Unsustainable. Apple falls to levels not seen since 3 days ago. Yeah. Does SLD usually continue with sell-offs through Monday, or can it be a 1 or 2 day sell-off? It could be 1 or 2 days. Everything in the S&P is going to drop if there's a major sell-off in Apple. And the Russell 1000. Hence our boy Jimmy taking a fat hit. Baby bulls are being slaughtered. Is that what you're calling your weeklies? Baby bulls? How do I stop buying upstart leaps on these dips? I have no willpower. I don't know. I keep buying them too. I even bought an homage to the 510 gang. Mostly gone, but never forgotten. Hey Greg, been learning a lot thanks to you. Since it's a given that SLD gives big ups, might as well sell a lot of calls, except on Tootsie Roll. Thanks again, man. Just like the stream. Appreciate it, dude. Cat volatility seems to be increasing today by a lot. Can you please comment with something profound that speeds up shortcut learning? God damn it. Stefan, I don't know how or why you choose to be so annoying. But you find new ways to be even more annoying every day. And I've got to compliment you on your tenacity, if nothing else. I mean, this is the perfect setup for the squartening Superman. It's interesting how Apple released this news when the market was about to go full bull. The market was not about to go full bull. The market was about to retest 37.35 for the 50th time in the last 2 hours. I'd rather not be in the room, Bull Bear Pig. Is there a tradable lag time between SPX and SPY? Probably, but you can't trade it. Can you mention what each of your different upstart strikes are meant to capture besides profits? I mean, I'd be very okay with all of them if they capture nothing but intrinsic value, right? And Apple's bouncing. Too good of a deal at 41. Does Schwab automatically update cost basis when selling CCs against Jimmy? I'm not sure if they do or not. I don't think so. Usually your broker won't be the one to do it. Some brokerages do, but not all of them. Um, it's good to keep like a spreadsheet with just, your cost basis and then your premium each week. VIX still rising. It was down a bit this morning. Yeah, VIX is still fairly down. It's at 31. No, the market isn't crashing. But it was a big Apple sell off. They're going to pull back production of the iPhone 14. They're going to release 3 shittier versions of the iPhone 14 that are all slightly cheaper. Get ready for it. And then Apple to the moon. Thanks, about to get some. Why is RC trying to get Apple to build an iRug so he can rug pull any company right from his phone? You have to do the rug pulling from the cloud after you link your phone and your MacBook. CSPs are like coupons sometimes. How did you hear about ACIW? From you. Yeah, sometimes CSPs are coupons. Sometimes they're free money. Here's what's gonna happen. RC just pulled his position in Apple. Him and Carl Icahn are gonna team up and buy Upstart. And then they're gonna dump their bags all over us. The trick this time is we're in before them. Who cares? I'm ready to be heard again. Me too. They'll integrate Upstart into the NFT marketplace. Yeah, so in the future you can apply for loans paid out in Ethereum. How exciting. Imagine collateralizing your ETH loan with your NFT collection of Bored Ape. That sounds like my nightmare. But then you can go shopping in the metaverse for the house that you can live in. Meanwhile, we're all just in like some sort of oxygenated gel pods. It'll be like the Matrix. You know what? You know what? The only thing worse than a Matrix-esque future is that we're all well aware that we're in the Matrix, which is probably how it would end up. Like nobody thinks they're living outside of it, right? We just know. You laugh, but it's already happening on some of the more advanced blockchains. Yeah, it's still disgusting. Homeless in a tent with VR glasses. Yep. The sad part is ideas like this will actually show up on Superstonk. I know. I think that's actually the beauty of them. Never underestimate humanity's ability to time the top of a bubble. Is RC rug pulling retail investors to prevent MOASS the only thing stabilizing the markets? No, that's crazy. I mean, not just retail, right? Like active funds get rug pulled and shit too. Retail's just not that important. I'm sorry to tell you guys. Your effect on the markets is small. Now, if you can find a small market and where minimal leverage is exacerbated, then yeah, there's some advantage. But otherwise, like no one gives a fuck about retail positioning on SPX, right? It's irrelevant. You're just along for the ride. How many people in the pickle jar work in finance? Quite a few, actually. We might be more important than all of retail. Well, it's like what, give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. Yeah, my ego's that big. How many days has Upstart been on Reg Show? It's been on since September 2nd. When forced closing of obligations, it's been going on for quite some time now. Netflix can't bomb after earnings again, can it? Oh, yeah, sure. I stopped out of SPX puts. Is it chasing to re-enter? Or do you think more downs? I think we'll see some more downside, but I don't know how much more. It's not great. I have stops set, but they're above 3707, so if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. If I don't get stopped out, I'll just use the current puts I have and use that to do like a guts, which is like an in the money straddle. I'm thinking of getting into investing. Are there any streamers you recommend? No, I suggest you read books from experts on the subject. What if Upstart gets off Reg Show tonight? Cool. Getting off Reg Show doesn't mean that all the shit they generated while it was on Reg Show is cleared, right? Just want the bear case to hear it. I'm looking at the balance sheet. I only am impressed. I know. It's tough. Like, the bear case is tough. I think Upstart's already worth more than $20. I guess the bear case is that bigger corporations really don't want them to succeed in that space. But I kind of already said there's a large and leveraged short position on it, and it's highly overcrowded. Well, because you short something, right? And then someone else comes along and shorts it, and then someone else comes along and shorts it, and someone else comes along and shorts it. And all of a sudden, you got a lot of people FOMOing into the short, right? And then the short gets overcrowded, and then everyone in the short is fucked. When are you going to do a collab stream with me? I don't know. When are you getting your new credit card? But Girk, I keep reading the sound bites from Kramer, but I seem to be achieving this value investing thing, which seems to also make me a portfolio shrinkage enthusiast. Help. Any notable earnings that can move the markets after hours or pre-market? Tesla. Tesla's this week. Any books I can read so I can learn to read? Hooked on Phonics. Robert Kiyosaki? Is that like Rich Dad, Poor Dad? Ugh. I'm not a big fan. John Carter, Mastering the Trade. Ugh. I haven't read it, but it doesn't sound great. Learn about markets. Don't learn about trading. Okay, I don't know how to explain this. Don't all the trading books are bullshit. Okay, learn how to do analysis, how to analyze technicals and valuation. Learn about options. Don't learn about trading. Develop a trading strategy based on the knowledge that you have built. Learning trading strategies is a fucking waste of time. They have very low success rates. Their success rates are exposed to market conditions. So in some types of markets, they perform better than others. They're a shortcut, and then you don't understand fundamentally what you're making money off of. So learn everything about the markets, then use that knowledge to make money. Isn't the best way to learn the market to get a law degree, learn how rules are bent and broken, and then learn how to buy to open? Well, you learn how the rules are bent or broken, or develop new ways to bend or break them, which sometimes I worry I've done. And then get money to start a hedge fund to leverage breaking and bending those rules. What if I care more about being an Elliott Waves trader than making money? That's fine. Today I flew. I was clicking like a madman, but I made money. Thanks for all your teachings. You got it, man. Stumble forward before running. Yeah, I can't say I agree with that approach. I don't think you need to run. I think that you need to just learn. Like people get too wrapped up in like, oh, I got to make money off this right now. You don't. Just learn. There's a lot to fucking learn, more than you could ever learn in a lifetime. Don't blame yourself that people in the pickle jar independently ragdolling the market maker on Rev and after hours. I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. I think the broker just cut him off last night. No more news alerts. Kinda sick. I don't see anywhere else that Upstart is being discussed other than the pickle jar. Good. Let fewer people to rug pull it. Any more thoughts on the small account challenge? No, not yet. Are you opening more SPX straddles near market close? Yeah, probably. Well, here's the issue. It's not really going to be a straddle tonight. I'm going to open a hedge, but I have 3,700 puts that I bought like about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. Um, they're already in the money now, so I'll probably just buy the nearest upside contract to hedge at the end of the day. That makes sense. It's not really a guts because they're not both in the money. Only one of them would be. But it's still a straddle, essentially. Does this downward action on GME make you more hopeful for an OPEX this month? I'd prefer if the downward action was more fierce. Like, I really wanted to see them short it hard this week. There's still an opportunity for them to do that, but yeah, I'd like to see a much lower price. I think GME's well set up, but I'd still like to see a lower price. You should do the small port challenge and go all in on SPY 0 DTE when it's running, just to make people in here feel sad and poor. I don't want people to feel sad. I want people to learn more about the markets and make money and empower themselves. What do you call the investment strategy where you buy both legs of the straddle with the worst possible timing? I'm hoping it proves to be more profitable than I expected. That's called fucking up. I don't know if there's a chapter on it in options as a strategic investment, but it happens. Do you use VWAP on SPX? No. To make decisions on entering your positions, or do you mainly focus on support resistance, trends? Also, which VWAP do you use on TradingView? Thanks. I don't use VWAP on TradingView because the VWAPs it has kind of suck. I don't use VWAP on SPX because it has no volume. You could use like an options weighted volume indicator of some sort, but you would have to have live options data to do it, which is tens of thousands of dollars a month. Mostly I just look at positioning. I look at, you know, end of opening positioning, end of day positioning. I follow, you know, macroeconomic conditions closely in order to trade it better. But understanding institutional positioning can go a very long way to making money on the SPX. It's just information that's kind of broad and hard to relate. You have to think about all the angles. $3,700 puts, very different than 3,700 puts. No, I have puts at the 3,700 strike. I don't have 3,700 puts. I mean, if I did, that'd be awesome, but I don't. Options is a strategic write-off. Upstart's not in the like GME basket. Not really. Upstart has been suppressed through ETFs to a notable extent, so it would therefore have OPEX potential. If you have live options data, wouldn't it be significantly easier to make money? Not necessarily. I don't need live options data to make money, right? If I'm swing trading, I can just make money by understanding long-term positioning. I think live options data would just make me focus more on trading the intraday, which is currently volatile and risky. I keep starting TA of the financial markets, but reading it makes me sleepy. I normally give up around chapter 3 or 4. Months later, I start over and the same happens. What do? Just read one chapter a day, but break it up, maybe? I don't know. I can't make the book more interesting, man. It's just kind of boring. Remember that you can use that knowledge to make money. Did your price target change on Upstart with the recalculation of GM? No. This is a PSA for anyone living in the South. Bring your plants in before it freezes tonight. Thanks. Spoken. Make the drop stop. The friendometer can't take much more. I need it to drop more, man. I'm sorry. Think of it like the regenerative brakes on a hybrid car. The more it drops, the more charge the friendometer gets. Is there a way to get options as a strategic investment for free if you wasted all your money on buying non-strategic options? Probably. Yeah, I would imagine a resourceful person could find free DFs of certain publications. Unusual Wills has been interesting to watch the options flow on SPX, but really the takeaway from even that data is just sheer amount of money that is traded daily. Yeah, I feel like live options flow sometimes is just a distraction, and it's something that's really easy to sell to people because the people think that, oh, if I understand how options are trading in real time, I'll be able to better position my own trades, which is kind of bullshit. What really matters is where OI is and where large institutional money is positioning, right? And the ranges in which they're positioning. Um, uh, that I feel like that's far more valuable. You don't need options flow for that. It's nice to look at options flow to know what's coming in and stuff like that, but you know, if those positions are closed at the end of the day, it doesn't even fucking matter. That won't work for me. I hate money. Oh, okay. Well then, I don't know. Keep doing what you're doing. I understand, Mr. Sadman. But there's always another opportunity. Do you think Icon's gonna buy in? Fuck no. They probably just like live across a canal from each other. I think the fourth edition is the most up to date one. This is a PSA for anyone living in the Pacific Northwest. Bring your plants inside. Then you want to trim your buds carefully. Yeah, November 4th and 5th are pretty big expirations because most of the earnings on the S&P are going to be reported by then. Like 80% of the earnings. So a lot of the big institutional like SPX positioning is moving out to November 4th. Options flow information really only confirms the trend or incoming trend reversal and will require your counterparty to be unsophisticated in their trades. Freg's Day was the most apparent. Yeah. Yeah, Freg's Day was seeing those in the money puts coming in should have been more foreboding, I suppose. They came in so fucking fast though. Like by the time we saw them, the price had already dropped 20%, right? Sharing terminal data will get you sued fast. Oh yeah, I agree. You have to build your own data, unfortunately. But nobody here is trading at that level, right? It's not relevant. Fifth edition? Oh, okay, whatever. If I intend to hold a spy put for 1 to 2 weeks max, how much theta should I buy for minimal decay? If you're gonna hold it for 2 weeks, probably like 60. You're not gonna see too much decay on 60 DTE. 90 would be obviously the more you buy, the better. But I would say a minimum of 45, or as much as you want. For what situation do you think having live options data would be worth it? You're a fund. You have huge amounts of capital, and you're trading, some sort of edge against the options trading. Otherwise, no. And you're trading algorithmically as well. What expiry are your Jamie 30 CCs? This Friday. What put strikes do you have on SPX for tomorrow? I have 3700s right now, which are now a little bit out of the money. This could give me an opportunity actually to buy my straddle. Yeah, if this dips, I think I'll straddle at 3705. Well, I guess it's a strangle, but okay. Couldn't you just take an Adderall to make the options look more interesting automatically? I worked with a lot of guys that were fucking high on Addies all day, and let me tell you, it didn't benefit their work. They got more work done, but the quality of their work was lesser. Do you hold any crypto in your portfolio? I sold most of my crypto like last year. I have some, not a lot. I have like Algorand and Cardano, like tiny positions in them. If SPX closes on an uptrend, is that not an indicator that SLD sell-offs happen today and we should expect a test of 3,800 by end of week? Not necessarily, no. Ending the day on an uptrend is kind of irrelevant, right? Especially on SPX. We have a gap below us, too. I guess the best way to tell walk-in would probably be like if the 3650s start closing off and the 3600s. Like if we start to see those close, that might be our first indication that we're getting ready to move higher. Because they're open and out of the money, right? This one, 3679 12 to 3686.53. We never closed this. It doesn't matter really. Like we don't have to close it. We can close it on the next leg down months from now, but it's there. There's another gap to the downside at like 357 too. I just saw a notification that policymakers are now concerned about inflation's persistence. What mean? It means things are bad and most policymakers don't understand why. Imagine if instead of electing people, we just took the people that were best at their jobs and gave them power. Like, you know, I don't know, for like the House Financial Services Committee, maybe instead of the people that run it, who are largely idiots, have people run it that understand what the fuck they're talking about, right? Ew, meritocracy. Exactly. Make the civil service exam great again. But what would happen to the kids of the rich and powerful? That's fair, but fields have multiple experts. Someone will want it. Seems like someone is really buying into Rev at $4 now. Ooh, I like it. Bullish. That is not the American way. I know. Ooh. 3705 for tonight's straddle. 3700 puts, 3705 calls. Looks like I entered the calls right in the nick of time, too. SPX is awesome. It's pretty fun, huh? The data tells you someone's buying on Rev at 4. Intraday options volume. Contracts on the $4 strike. Spy vorticity. The fuck? Hmm. SPX wants you to reposition those calls before close, right? I'm feeling extremely good about taking profits on these already. We'll see. I've got to remember it's got to move 100 basis points in both directions at a minimum for it to be a normal trading day. Just so you guys know, I know a lot of you have gotten really bullish on SPX straddles as of late. These are not normal market conditions. SPX straddles are not supposed to print 500% to the winning leg every single day for 3 weeks in a row. They're generally far less profitable. In the meantime, enjoy. What is this green candle after CNS closes on SPX? Does somebody want to hold exposure overnight all of a sudden after weeks of sell-offs into close? Maybe. Although we're like 25 minutes past CNS at this point. I have losing CCs out on GME. Based on market conditions, do you think it'd be better to wait it out for possible downside with SLD? Yeah, probably. I mean, what did you sell them at? 25? I'm just gonna note that selling at the money covered calls is super fucking greedy. And you should be prepared for assignment anytime you do it. But yeah, there may be more downside. Don't forget theta decay can also make the contract worthless, even if it is in the money by Friday. Right? You know, if it's at like 25.50 and you sold it at the beginning of the week, by Friday the contract may only be like $5 to buy back. Don't forget, guys, don't spend your covered call credit until your covered call is closed. Can you thoroughly explain the straddle strategy? Yeah, no problem. You buy a at the money call and an at the money put, and then buckle up. How far out? Oh, 5 to 7 days is usually pretty good. You're generally selling it the day after you buy it, so. Atomic. Remember, guys, to use your credit card to sell CSP, then take that money to sell one last CSP to fully commit yourself to the play. Jesus Christ, who did that? How much theta on what? And the overnight straddles? Like 5 to 7 days. Seems too complicated. Can you dumb it down for us? You buy a put call. Cross fingers. Hope. Pray. Pray to sweet baby theta that both sides will print. It's a lot less effective on the SPY because the notional value change is far smaller. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just as effective, I guess, based on the amount of leverage you get. 10 times less effective per contract. Whoa, slow down. If you sell enough CSPs on Robinhood using RH's margin or CSPs on V using a Visa credit card, is that same like bootstrapping the price for sweet long arbitrage opportunities? Well, if you get assigned and then the price of the stock continues to decline, just delete the app, right? I don't know. Well, that's what Wall Street Bets told me to do. I've been a profitable bear on SPX puts, but now I'm ready to straddle. My first straddle. I hope she's gentle. You're in for a rough ride. Put call, same like call put, same like catapult. No, catapults are a way different strategy. Would you rather buy shares of Jimmy or Upstart in advance of OPEX to sell CCs all the way back down? Or sell CSPs that may not get assigned? Selling CSPs on the way down is suicide. Well, yeah. I would I don't know. I'm gonna do both. I sold CSPs. I use those to buy shares and calls. And then I'll sell covered calls at the top and more CSPs the next time it finds a bottom. Would you rather buy Jimmy or Upstart in advance of OPEX to sell CCs? Oh, okay, answer that. I don't know. It's up to you. Do your research. Don't squanch my squart. Don't ask me what stocks to buy. I can just tell you the conditions on the stocks and my analysis of them. What you buy ultimately is up to you. Doing that is expensive. Yeah. So do it smaller if you can't afford to. What's your average on Upstart? I don't know what it is after I closed my covered calls earlier, but it's somewhere in the $23 range. It was 23.23 earlier today, which was easy to remember. I'm not sure what it is now. When buying puts at the top of an OPEX run, how many DTE should I be looking at? Oh, you want like leaps if you're trying to short the top of an OPEX run. So IV is really high, right? When you buy puts. So here's the top of the OPEX run. And so IV is super fucking spiked. And so if you buy puts here, the premiums are really, really high. And so you want IV to come down and crush to a lower level before you buy puts. Otherwise, the drop in IV is going to ruin the profitability of your puts. Or you buy puts really, really far dated that don't have a lot of IV. So like put leaps. Because then you're not paying for that spike in near-term volatility, but you're still getting exposure to the drop in intrinsic value. Otherwise, selling the volatility is far more profitable. Like selling calls is much better than buying short-dated puts. Smaller, same like 1 DTE straddle on both legs. Those are really dangerous because the overnight theta bites into your position really hard. And then the next morning you need an even bigger move to be profitable. If you haven't been assigned on CSPs yet on OPEC stocks, would you go out and buy shares? No. I would just sell naked calls, right? Why the fuck would I buy shares? But that's also like expensive, right? What are the odds SPX opens above 37.50 again? Thinking slim due to the 21 put positions. A little less likely, but I mean, it'll depend on futures and news, right? Like the lack of financial news is kind of bullish. You know, people's sentiment tends to drift bearish when they're repeatedly beat down with negative financial news, right? But the second that news kind of lets up, and this really goes for all market participants, not just retail. Um, then the sentiment starts to drift up slowly. Obviously, very bullish, or bear and bullish. Um, very bullish news can cause it to spike rapidly, but you're probably not going to get a lot of that right now. But even without bullish news, like that sentiment will always target the upside. if you've ever noticed like people's disdain for bears or dislike of them, it's because it goes against the way people want to feel in the markets. People want to feel positively. They want everything going up. It's hard mentally to enjoy positioning to the downside as much. Rounded bottom breakout song for GME, please, and thank you. Never. I hate that song. I mean, I like it, but I also hate it because it's just too Stefan oriented. Um, what's up, BMG? Dude, if Upstart and Rev both square, how many wives are you betting? I'm fucking at least two. Man, I don't want to bed people's wives. It's just complicated and a good way to get shot. Jesus, you still talking? I just realized I didn't actually close the tab. I just muted it and went back to work. Oops. Fuck you, Gav. I've been popping in and out all day. I just want to note that you've got 15 minutes to set up an overnight straddle. I already set it up. Thanks, Yaga. They live across a canal that is connected by a bridge made of rugs. They're you know what it is? They're South Beach's only two flying carpet owners. I didn't say that, Jay Fresh. The dangers seem like messing around with a lunatic. Yeah, I suppose. The danger keeps it exciting. There's other ways to find excitement. You can date the mentally imbalanced. Worth taking an upstart loan to straddle SPX with. Win-win. We already talked about how there's XSP, which is like mini SPX. If you need an adrenaline rush, why not just wrestle danger noodles like Steve Irwin? Too soon, Tungsten. But date the mentally imbalanced. Do you mean most super hot chicks, right? Well, not always, Bob Smith, but sometimes. Violent sideways action on GME. Yeah, it's doing a pretty everything's doing a pretty violent trading on VWAP today. I like it. Flat markets. Win stagflation. 12 to 18 months. But until then, volatility. And what are we bullish on most, guys? Huh? Who's got the answer? I'll wait. Volatility. We're bullish on volatility because we want to watch the world burn. It's not a WoW thing. It's a League of Legends thing. It's Volibear, but with a bull's head. And CNS. But it's too late, Gaff. You missed the paycheck opportunity for today. Volatility. I'm bullish on homemade eggplant parm. Well, of course. Fucking nerds. Yeah, well, you are Team Hippopotamus. I'm a little less bullish on MMTLP. But I hope you make a lot of money on it. I really do, man. Why SPX no sub 3700? It was, very briefly. You could use it as an alternative, but I wouldn't do the straddle on one. Like, if you're going to try to do that, you want to do calls on both. So you'd want, like, SPX or SPXL and SPXS calls. Like, add the money calls on both. That's how you would straddle that. You wouldn't want them on the same. Mostly because of the way like call buying floods into them. It's you can do the research on your own, but trust me, it's like 2 to 3% more profitable that way. Unless something's changed since I last tested that. That was like 2 years ago. So I don't know. Test it yourself. Fuck it. I don't care. Why isn't SPX dying? It's also not at 3750. All we did was move into this dead zone again. I drew exactly 7 lines on my ADA chart. More bullish than ever. Awesome. It's really hard to be overly panicked at the market drop with your charts squished so much. Can you give a smooth a hand, please? Do you want the weekly? GB kind of just looking bullish as fuck on the weekly though. Which is why I don't like going out here. Maybe the monthly. Oh, that's even worse. Look at all of that shorting they're gonna need to cover. So much shorting. Very very excited. My 20 0 DTE SPX 3700s need a hand. Why didn't you sell them when we hit 39, like 3692? I think you're just full of shit, Lawrence of the Labia. I don't think you have 20 0 DTE SPX 3700s at all. You would have closed that shit a while ago. Jimmy sporting a little Woody. I don't have anything to ask you except are you now bullish on SoFi? I've been mocked by you for over a year. Please say bullish things. My bags are heavy. I'm not. I I said very clearly in the DD I wrote her that I can buy better banks. But if you're poor and kind of broke, it is a bank. And it's cheap. I sold half at 36.92, then I bought 10 more at 37.19. They're all free. Well, they're not free. They're just paid with gains. That's a very, very cup half full outlook. I like it. I'm all about it, but Net tends to run on earnings. The question is, does it run due to shorts covering or institutional interest? Cloudflare is part of the basket, actually, to some degree. So maybe a little bit of both. Its correlation is like loose enough that I would say that it could be a little bit of both. 1 out of 5 stars. Lame SoFi pump. I mean, I wasn't trying to pump it. Should I start showing my degeneracy a bit more in public? Yeah. What Pi-Fi upstart price target? Oh, I don't know. Just up. Up, and then I'll start price targets. That's funny. How to be bullish long-term market volatility and slowly building a position. Oh. You'd go long VIX, but that was a joke. Don't long VIX right now. The market's about to bounce. What percentage of your port is upstart? I don't know. Do you guys think I just sit down every night and calculate what percentage of my port each position is? More than it was this morning. I mean, sometimes I do, but I tried to straddle the TQQQ as you described. Both legs are green. What black magic is this, Pickle Man? You should be stoked. Also, when SLD is over, Monday morning at opening bell. People watching imagine that you're secretly Persian Scrooge McDuck doing backstrokes in your bedroom pool of shekels every night. No, I don't have any coinage in my home. I don't think. Well, that's not true. I have some quarters. I have like a roll of them. For I don't know what they're for actually. I bought them for a reason. My outwardly appearance apparently exudes safety and stability. It attracts the very mentally ill, and it's not a good thing, to be honest. Interesting. So you're what they want, but not what they need. Maybe you should just get a degree in therapy. Then you could be both. Parking meters? No, I rent a parking spot. They brought back street sweeping, so I can't just pay the ticket every week anymore. Now it'd be 3 tickets a week. The screen says Upstart GM is only 30. Is this an issue? No, I don't think so. It's roughly 30. The data's kind of skewed. I think JFresh is trying to fix it. I just got a copy of Options as a Strategic Investment. Wish me luck. I know absolutely nothing about options. Well, you're either about to learn a lot more or club someone to death with the book in order to get your money back. You could also use it to hold open doors or as a counterweight for an excavator as you dig the pit that you want to burn your money in. No, it's very hard to hold open a door with a PDF. I've tried. The best way to do it is to put it on a flash drive and then insert that into a doorstop. Should I sell my Beanie Baby collection for more upstart? You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. You've missed the top of that market by about 2 decades. You should have been using Face Rig on Steam to be a pickle from the start. A real missed opportunity. Probably. This channel would have been way more popular if my real face wasn't at the forefront of it. But I think I'm really handsome, and so I don't mind making you all stare at me all day. If it wants the options data, it gazes upon my face. Ding fucking ding. The day is done. And the market looks bullish, but is it? Probably not. More on that tomorrow. In the meantime, yeah, everything pretty fucking flat and against VWAP. I wish there was more interesting stuff to say. We saw some equity sell-offs in the earlier part of today. They're maybe still ongoing. I don't like where we're positioned at all in order to pick a direction for tomorrow. I'm just straddling the SPX again. It seems to make me money every day. So I'm going to keep doing that and stay mildly impartial to the near-term price action. I will say that if we do drop down to 3,600 at any point or cross 3,750 to the upside, position accordingly, because it means that one of the larger positions currently open on the SPX has died. Obviously 3,750, the bear side, and then if we drop down to 3,600, we'll see the capitulation of the shorts and a buildup of the long side. Straddles are the best. Netflix going crazy. It's pretty cool. I have calls on it. Not for earnings. I just bought them because it looked tasty. Like, how on fire? All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to go look at my Netflix position privately. And I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.